I've got an interesting topic to talk about tonight. And before I start, I want to make a complete disclaimer that these are methods I developed myself based on ancient techniques and self learned techniques. And so, if anyone wants to practice or try these things, it's really up to them. There's no responsibility on me. There's no real danger in doing this, um, but it is confronting nightmares, and I just wanted to make it clear that I don't take it lightly. That you know trying things like this is can be difficult and can take a bit of time. But the upside is that you get um, if you can overcome your nightmares, you've really become victorious, because these are things that are causing you a lot of pain. And once you do this, it really changes your life. You know. So I'll sort of start by talking about how um, I had nightmares growing up, as everyone does. Um, and they were at particular times in my life, and looking back, they were in between difficult times of my life. So it's almost like my nightmares were me processing um, prolonged difficulties. And there were also times in my life where the nightmares would happen when I was going through difficult times. And they wouldn't be there all the time. It's not like I've always had them every constantly or anything like that. But when they would arise, I would often be in a state of having nightmares for weeks or months. And it wouldn't be every night necessarily, but it would be often, and it would be often enough to cause me to wake up in the morning exhausted, wake up through the middle of the night terrified. Um, sometimes the nightmares would haunt me for weeks, you know, and um, they would also have positive aspects. Um, Good morning, Jody. Good to see you here. Awesome, Oregon. Yeah, that's it. Like, it's the middle of the night here in Australia, so um, I thought there'd be people in the US that would be able to join the stream. Um, so nightmares would be this thing that actually had all these negative aspects, but they also had positive aspects. So um, contemplative thought was a really great positive side to having nightmares. So this is going back to childhood, and I would have these nightmares, and then I would think about what are these nightmares? What do they mean? And this is like Freudian type stuff. Um, and I would try and understand the meaning behind them. I won't go into details about most of the nightmares because you shouldn't really share your intimate fears with people. But I'll give you an example where, and this was a like a enlightening moment in this whole process where I had these very terrifying nightmares where I was being chased, which is a very common nightmare, and I was being um, it was very these were very vivid, and I was being chased around um, my grandmother's house and trying to get inside the house. But I was being chased by a rhinoceros, like, and so this was the enlightening part, you know, and through the contemplative thought, I was like, why is it a rhinoceros? We don't have rhinoceros in Australia; they're in Africa, you know, and my grandmother's house was on a farm, and there was horses, so there was association with large animals. So through contemplative thought, I was, as a child, thinking about these terrifying nightmares I was having, and actually um, uh, doing my own psychoanalysis of um, the dream state and trying to understand it. And it was actually introspection and um, contemplation and rumination, and also arriving to an understanding of something that was somewhat intangible, because you have these dreams of these magical things that we live in. As humans, we live in a conscious state, but as humans we also are unconscious most of the time. And this is something that is talked about a lot, that we spend most of our life in a dream state. I thought I'd have a little bit more time before I had to put a new candle in, but maybe this one can go for a little bit longer. There's not enough wick to save it. So humans live in a waking dream, and and this is something that I'm learning through studying and practicing mindfulness, is that you can um, and there's other meditation techniques and methods to prolong your awareness in your conscious state. When I did ceramics, I learned how to set. There we go. That may look off center, but here we go. That's the camera making it look like it's off center, but it's actually vertical. It's a little bit off. So we live in this state of waking dream most of the time, and so the only thing that really exists is the present. And by being in the present, you are more conscious than any other state, because you'll drift off, and complex actions become unconscious actions or semi-conscious actions because you practice them over and over. They become automatic functions, and this is, I'll give you an example. When you first learn to walk, a child has to really focus on every step when they first learn to walk, and then they get to learn to walk a few meters and keep falling over, and then eventually they can walk around a room, and then they don't even have to think about it anymore. And that same principle applies to operating complex machinery, or doing really complex dexterous tasks. You can switch off, and people that make phones and computers can be off thinking about other stuff while they're doing this stuff, because they've trained their part of their brain to be able to function, and the other part of the brain is able to then drift off and think about higher level thought or contemplative thought. So that's an example of like functioning and performing a task while still being semi-conscious or in both states. So when you're sleeping, your body is resting, and you think that it's not actually doing anything. You're lying down, and all you're doing is your automatic critical breathing, blood's flowing, your heart's pumping, not much else. But it's not that at all. Your body's going through a whole lot of functions. Your digestive system is functioning, or your nervous system is functioning, and you're repairing, and your brain is actually working just as much as it is when you're awake. So what it's doing is it's acting as a, you can think of how brains work as sort of how computers work with similar functions. But when you're asleep, your brain is abstracting your I'm not aware of, well, I'm aware of, but I can't think of the names of the terminology. But basically, you have your critical tasks, the things that you do, and also your things that are associated with emotions and social interaction. And so in that dream state, you're going through what happened each day, and then reorganizing it, and then allocating it to certain parts of the brain to then remember it, And while this is happening at the same time, you also have a level of this other thing, which is the dream state, where you have an increased amount of bodily produced DMT that will be causing this creation of something out of nothing. I'll jump into some of the comments, but I'll keep talking. So, like Jody says, I've done dream work since I was 14 years old because I had terrible nightmares. Dream work is fascinating. It can really empower us. That's awesome. That is awesome. I'm glad you're here because this is exactly why I did this stream. So I thought people would find me. And Jody continues, I could not articulate these things as a child or teen, but I believe seeing both scary and wonderful things in dreams helped me become a writer. That's me too. It helped me with my creativity and also dealing with difficult times. It's both of those things. And Sky's here. How you going, Sky? It's awesome to see you here. And you're up, like you're in my part of the world, and it's 2 a.m. here, 20 past 2 now, 2:18. Yeah, it was 1 minute ago you wrote that message, and I just read it. It's 2:19 now. So Sky says, "Yo, Luke, it's 2:18, and bro." Hi, Jody, says Sky. So that's cool. We got 2 people in the stream, and that's something else I could talk about with dreams, shared experiences, because in our dreams we actually often will have someone we know, or we feel like we're sharing our dream with someone else. So they're not just isolated things, and so it's almost like this is a dream right now. Me talking to you with the candles going and stuff. I've got the next candle ready for this one when it goes out. So we have this process that goes on in our brain where at nighttime we go to sleep, and as humans we evolved. As humans, I'll get back to the chat every so often. As humans, we've evolved to dream as we developed our prefrontal cortex that allowed for high level thinking. Dreams became something that intertwined with everything. Mythos and like you got the archetypes, and you have we have there's the 2 worlds, the daylight and the nighttime, and humans sleep for many hours, not too many hours, and enough to go through these dream cycles. So you have the night and day, and you have sleep and awake, and conscious and unconscious, and they're all intertwined in this sense that we are awake during the day, but we're also asleep, and we're asleep at night when we're also awake, into these other worlds, these deeper subconscious worlds. So dreams allow us, a lot of mathematicians, philosophers, and people from all different fields, have always said, they gain their insights through dreams, and I have as well. Shamans and spirit people in tribal cultures see the 2 worlds as being one, and that You know, neuroscientists today draw similar conclusions, you know, as well as gurus that talk about consciousness. You know, and that's what I'm trying to talk about today is also, or tonight, it's 2:23 in the morning. Um, we we're awake, but we're asleep, and then we're asleep, but we're awake. So I'll go back to where I was talking about nightmares, you know, and my experience with nightmares is that I'll just give one example, and that would be that I was being chased by a rhinoceros around my grandmother's house, and I was um, knocking on the doors to try and get in, and all the doors were shut, and all the windows were shut, and I was running around the house, and I was being chased, and it was circling the thing, and I was always finding places to hide, and it was smashing into things and shaking its head, and then doing what rhinoceros do, and these are all things that I'd seen in documentaries and movies and things, and so I'd never seen a rhinoceros in real life, um, but it was real in the dream. It was real enough. I was terrified, um, and this happened several times. And I remember thinking in the dream at one point, going, "Why is there a rhinoceros here? We don't have rhinoceros in Australia." And so that was a moment of clarity and enlightenment within the dream, where I was awake to the dream. And then, because I was having this as a recurring dream, I would contemplate the dream. And so this is something that humans have done forever. So they would have terrifying experiences being chased by saber-toothed tigers or mammoths or um, large animals or snakes, spiders, storms, thunder, um, landslides, um, the whole earth shaking, earthquakes, things that people experience then become part of their dreams. And the same things on a social level happen as well. Um, so this whole thing about the rhinoceros and the enlightening aspect to the fact that it was why is a rhinoceros chasing me, gave me a reason to think about the dream and think about why I'm dreaming this. And then it allowed me to then, over time, realize that I was in a dream when I was being chased by the rhinoceros. And so that was another level of awareness, um, because I'd spent enough time in the waking hours thinking about it, and I'd remembered, and I'd also had that memory. I think initially I had this conscious thing of like, why am I being chased by a rhinoceros? We don't have these in Australia. And I remember waking up from the dream saying, why was I being chased? And I remember thinking that in the dream as well. And that's why, like, I woke up to it going, yeah, why? And then I was like, oh well, of course it was a dream. you know. So that's an early example of terrifying nightmares, and so the end of the story is that I would often circle the house several times and be chased for like however long, half an hour, and being chased around trees, and then finding little places to hide while it was smashing into things. And then eventually I would get to a door that I could open, or a window that was open, unlocked, and I could push the window open and I could get inside. So, within the dream itself, I was being faced with adversity, and I was persevering, and then I would find a way to safety. And that's often when I would wake up. I'd get inside the house, shut the door, or crawl in through the window, and that's when I'd wake up. So that's an introduction to early childhood nightmares that woke me up to what dreams are, how you think about them during the daytime, and how it actually expands your mind and creates contemplative thought. So I think there's a lot of interaction between the dream state and thought processes. So Jody says, I go through spurts where I write my dreams down every night and analyze them, and then go for months without writing them down. Yeah, I've never really written them down. I've done drawings. I like. I wonder if this book's one that's got dreams in it. Yes, it does. This dream. This is an instrument that I designed when I was in a dream. So that's like an organ. These are two different organs. I don't know if you can see it on the candlelight. So these are organs I saw in a dream, and I played them. And I'm trying to get this one as well. That's one of them. No, this it's pretty faint, but this is more of a box organ, and it's made with bamboo. So dream states are great for that. Like there's got to be. I'm sure this has got other. No, this one doesn't. But I've got books full of drawings that I would wake up and draw the dream. I would do the same too. I would. This is actually, here we go. This is associated with dreams. This is see that little picture there with a lamplight and a man holding a case and something in his hand. So that came from extended dreams where I had a narrative that continued over months, months and months, up to a year, where I basically had a whole story, a whole book happen. And I wrote down, and that was to do with the actual dreams. This was from a dream. This was a structure I saw in a dream. You know, I had a lot of dreams where I would see ancient buildings being constructed. This is from a dream. How awesome is this? I got shivers. And I even wrote, like, here we go. So if you can see there, it looks like a series of stone monolith pillars, right? This is literally from a dream. So these are stone pillars. So you imagine these are 15 foot or 10 meters, not 10 meters, like 5-6 meters tall, maybe. And you can see they're rectangular in shape. And the width of these stone monoliths are about 50 centimeters or 1.5 feet, and then they were wide by about 1 meter and a bit, a meter to 1.5 meters wide, and then many meters tall. Like, they were sticking out of the ground, and they were all in this array, right? And in this dream, there were, you know, like you have temples where you have people doing pilgrimage rituals. So in this dream, there were, and the humans, I'll show you the size of a human would have been about that big. So they were 1.5 the size of a human. And the humans were walking like it was like a maze. And people were walking, like, but they were on the ground here, and they were walking in all different directions, back and forth, walking around in circles. And someone walked up to me and just said, yeah, they're degaussing. So degaussing is like when you take something that's got a magnetic field charge and you remove the charge. And that's why I wrote, you can see like a face and it says degauss. So I woke up in the morning and I drew this picture. And, you know, and then I did these little motif sort of abstract drawings. But it was just so vivid. So they were 4 rows of 4 columns. And it was so vivid. And I was standing back up on a elevated area looking down, and I could see these people in it, and it was like I was back in time thousands of years ago. And they were just walking around looking at the ground like people do when they do those maze. There's another name for it as well. Yeah, how awesome's that? It just happened to be that this book was there. I'm wondering if there's any more dreams in this here, but that one was that was a perfect example. I think that's the only one. So I had, when I later on, once I learned how to lucid dream, that's when I actually had this narrative storylines go on, like whole movies playing it out. And it would be like I would have one part of the dream would be one episode. One dream would be an episode, and then I would have another dream, and it'd be the next episode. And over months, I would have a whole story. Jody says, yeah, when I used to write them down, it would become like a book. Yeah, now just pick out elements to stand out. Then when I analyze them, I can utilize these elements, look up the meaning. That's brilliant. I never wrote them down as written words. I just did the drawings. So and I also use my intuition to figure out what it means to me. Some dreams I used to start writing projects. Others are just about working stuff out on a deep level. That's exactly it. Jody says, that's awesome. Like, I can't draw well. No, I can't draw very well. Well, that's it. Like, I can draw. So that's why I would use that medium. And I wouldn't necessarily use, like, I wouldn't write the stuff down, but sometimes I would write down details. And so you're good at writing, so you're using the writing, So we use our whatever we're good at. Soli's here. How you going, Soli? Soli says, I feel the topics you cover on your streams are linked with my life. When I started doing the Wim Hof method, I had a few lucid dreams, and then as a child, I had them as a child too. That's awesome. Thank you for that, And that's, I think, the universe, we've found each other because we have so many connections, and I'm going to try the Wim Hof method more. I've only done it a few times, and I'm going to really focus on doing that. Try and do it every day, or not every day, even just I've got to do it more. It was very powerful when I did it. I couldn't believe how long I could hold my breath for. I was amazed. I was like looking at my clock going, I haven't breathed yet, and I'm not even needing to, It's amazing, how well, how it works. But I can see how that would trigger things, So I need to do it more. But then, yeah, and then it brought back the fact that you had these dreams as well when you were a kid. So that's really interesting. How there's a connection there between that method and the oxygen, or the putting yourself in that state. And the thing about the Wim Hof method is that it's a nervous system thing. So when you're dreaming, your nervous system is active as well as your brain. That's sort of what I was talking about earlier when I was saying how when you're asleep, you're lying down and you're not doing anything, but really you're doing a lot. You're doing just as much as you are when you're awake. Your brain it goes through cycles of active and passive. And when it's active, it's very active. It's probably more active than on a daily, like, wake cycle. Jody says, do you believe in reincarnation? ? I do. You're tapping into your soul self and remembering past life. I've had past life visions too. Look, I believe. Look, I try not to go into too detail in my own personal beliefs, but I do believe that there is a aspect to the human that we have a spirit, and that we are eternal, and that there is a form of reincarnation. I don't know exactly how it works, and I don't know the rules of it all. But essentially, and like a lot of belief systems and religions where reincarnation, and essentially almost all religions believe in reincarnation, and also metaphysics also is reincarnation. Is that the spirit is eternal, and that you know we're spiritual beings that are inhabiting a physical body, and this goes completely against materialistic belief systems. But I don't hold those sort of things. But yeah, I believe in reincarnation, but I don't know how it works, and I don't know because there's so many ways it could work, and but essentially, yeah, I think, yeah, it's hard for me to not really to have an answer to that. But yeah, I do believe in um, that the spirit lives on, and modern quantum physics type science sort of dictates that stuff, with the universe being consciousness and information and eternal. That and this then goes back to the fact that we only exist in the present moment. So all we are experiencing ever is the present moment, and everything else is intangible. So saying that, and looking at the universe as being something that, I believe that there is consciousness in everything. They're just different levels of consciousness. So a rock has consciousness, it has a memory, it experiences life itself, even though it's not an organism. It wakes up when the sun rises and it feels the warmth of the sun. It rolls down a hill over thousands of years, and it gets worn down and becomes a pebble. And that's its life. It lives. It has a story. It has information. And and a leaf has a life. A leaf grows and lives on a tree, and then it at some point, the wind, it might shrivel up, and then the wind blows it, and it falls down and lands on the ground and becomes something else. So it goes through several stages of life itself. Even after it's become a leaf on a tree, it then becomes a house for a little insect, shelter, or then it becomes part of the fungal network. So it's really interesting. Where like that was a really good question, because it got me talking about stuff. Oh yes, a labyrinth, says Jody. That's exactly what it was. I was trying to say when I said maze, it's a labyrinth. That dream I had with the pillars, it was a labyrinth. But Solely before that said, in one of those, I decided to transform into a black cat and run through the city at night. See, that's it. That's a form of lucid dreaming, where you're aware and you can then transform into whatever you want to be. So that's like a higher level of lucid dreaming, where you can become whatever you want to be, and you can reshape reality within your dream. And so that's that 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 is a that's essentially lucid dreaming in a very powerful sense, because you're transforming and then you're choosing what you want to do, what you want to be, um, and you're enjoying it. You're doing what you want to do, and then you're exploring. You're having an adventure. So, um, Jody says labyrinths are helping to raise our vibrations. That's it. I think that's what was the story about that dream. The people walking around through these stones in different directions and different orders. They were either it, and I woke up and the word was degauss. Someone said to me they're degaussing stones. So it's almost like they were using these stones to realign their spirit or their body or something. It was very amazing to wake up to. Jody says, I think many of us who are sensitive were shamans or priestesses in past lives. I have been both many times. Jody also says, sorry for asking that question about reincarnation. That's all right, Jody. Like, I just try not to go too deep personally about my own personal beliefs, but I'm happy to talk about that, because I do believe that, it does, that's something I believe, and I don't understand how it works, Buddhism and Hinduism and Judaism, they all have beliefs in reincarnation. All the religions really do. But yeah, don't worry about that. I'm very open about my beliefs, but I understand when you put yourself out there on the internet, you have to keep things more private. Yeah, thank you. That's true. Jody says, I've studied metaphysics since I was 18 years old, so all my adult life. Awesome. We're going to have a great conversation tonight. Look, I've got to go to the toilet. I thought I'd go for an hour or two before I had to, but yeah, just give me like 2 minutes and I'll be back. And we'll keep talking. Oh, this is going to be an awesome chat. Some people have left, but that's okay. They'll come back. Um, it's probably good for me to go through the body of what I wanted to talk about first, and then we can just chat. So the nightmares I was having as a child essentially were some were through traumatic times, but others were sort of after or No, they were through traumatic times, but like they weren't necessarily associated with the actual trauma or traumatic events themselves. So they were separate, but they and I won't go into any details about any of the other dreams. So I used that example of being chased by a rhino and having to get inside the house, you know, and I won't go into any more detail about other dreams of from then. And but I use that as an example of how I became aware of what they were and the power of them, and how I developed awareness and conscious thought based on contemplative thought and introspection because of them. And I think that this is something that is what humans have done to become what we are as conscious beings, you know. So dreams themselves are a crucial aspect, not only to how we function, but also how we developed. There's the other candle gone. Oh, it's still going. It's actually the wick's fallen to the side, so it might actually keep going for a while. So later in life, it became a tool for me because I had gone through childhood trauma and then adolescent trauma, then adult trauma, and I was always having these nightmares and vivid dreams. But it wasn't until later in life where I actually really looked into it. You know, it wasn't until I was early 30s, and then over many years, I sort of slowly learned a little bit more about lucid dreaming, and I never did the deep dive into it, and I never read books on it. I never um, watched documentaries on it. I learnt about it through people. There, it just extinguished. I learned about it through um, direct um, experience from other people talking about it. And so my knowledge of it became limited, but it gave me a basis to think about it more, you know. And I think because this is why at the beginning, especially, I made this disclaimer, is that if anyone listens to my techniques, you know, it's there's no responsibility for any adverse reactions, because this is something that I learned myself, and it turned out that the techniques, one of the main techniques that I used, is also used by other people, and the other. So there's two main techniques that I used. One I discovered myself. Both I discovered myself, basically, but I found that both are actual techniques. So the first one was, I, because of the trauma and and having trauma, excuse me, will you cause things like substance abuse and eating disorders. So I had a sort of eating disorder where I would overeat, and I would eat too much food too quickly when I was in a trauma or triggered state, and I didn't realize what I was doing. And I would do that late at night. So I'd cause myself to have indigestion, and I would have nightmares. But I would also have nightmares on an empty stomach. And so I realized that thinking about this stuff, I would be like, oh, the nightmares are caused by the indigestion because I couldn't sleep, and I'd be waking up all night with my stomach being in pain. And by having these nightmares, I was actually having to live through them. So that's different to actually having nightmares that naturally occurred on an empty stomach, or like a satiated stomach, having eaten hours before. And I realized that I was causing myself to have nightmares because I was binge eating and then going to sleep with indigestion and then being in pain all night. And then while I'd be waking up constantly in pain, I'd have these, you know, really extreme nightmares. So I realized I was inducing the nightmares. And then also, once I'd got that eating disorder under control, I started cooking food and enjoying food, and I would be putting too much spice. And I love onion, and I love garlic, and I love chili, and I love ginger and spice. And I would cook meals where I would have half a cup of rice or a cup of rice, and I'd cook two onions, and I'd chop up half a full garlic, and I'd fry it up, and I'd pour chili in it, and I'd have this really extreme tastes awesome. It really tastes awesome. And it's simple food, like you boil the rice and you fry up this thing, and it costs you like $3 for the meal. And this was causing nightmares. And again, same thing. I realized I'm giving myself nightmares from eating these foods. So these foods give you nightmares, because all like the garlic and the ginger and the chili and all, and I wasn't always having all of these things at once. Sometimes it would just be onion, sometimes it'd be just garlic, sometimes it'd be chili or ginger. But like they were, or spice as well. So they weren't always all together, but I would also have meals where I would overload the meal with all of these things, and like it'd be on the verge of being too much to eat, but it was really delicious, you know when you cook up all these things together. And I realized that was what was causing these nightmares. And then I um, used that So sometimes when I was having nightmares naturally, I would purposefully cook a meal with too much onion and garlic and chili and ginger and spice, and then eat it late at night, knowing I'd give myself nightmares because I wanted to somehow stop the nightmares by having nightmares, if that makes sense. And that somewhat worked because it would sort of stop. Like this would be where I'd have just persistent nightmares for weeks, months, and then I'd do it, and then it would sort of stop. And then months later, I'd start getting nightmares again. And I'd be like, "Oh well, I'll give myself nightmares on purpose," and it would stop it because and so there's the two things where it was forced indigestion and eating spicy and certain foods, and I'd found out many years later that these are ancient lucid dreaming techniques that have been practiced in the East and the West thousands of years. And I just discovered them without really realizing what I was doing, because I had an eating disorder, and then I also enjoyed making these meals with the spicy onion and lots of onion, like 2 whole onions and garlic, lots of garlic and stuff. And so I discovered these things sort of on my own, and then later on found out that this is what people have been doing. Both forced indigestion and eating foods that will induce vivid dreams or nightmares. So I was once I worked out that this was something that worked for me, because what I did is if I did this a couple of times, if I was having nightmares for a prolonged period of time, I would do this. Once I'd cured my eating disorder, I would have to actually force myself to force eat before bed, knowing that I would be giving myself indigestion and spending 12 hours of pain. So like you're lying in bed in agony, can't sleep, you wake up constantly, your whole digestive system's in pain because you've eaten too much of the wrong food. And you don't have to have a large meal if it's the spicy food. It can be just like one bowl. But if it's like, a large bowl of food that's got 1 to 2 onions, half a garlic, chili, and all that stuff, it's going to do the same thing. But they have different effects. So the spicy food gives you vivid dreams and nightmares, and the forced eating and indigestion will give you horrible nightmares, really painful nightmares, and they'll be different. So the spicy food, you might sleep through the night and you'll have this long, you'll sleep without waking up, but you'll have these just super, because your blood flow and everything and all the spice is actually causing this overactivity. It's like a drug. And then if you do the forced eating, you're constantly waking up and then going back to sleep, constantly waking up and going back to sleep, constantly waking up and going back to sleep. And so, I discovered that by both of these by accident, and then found out later they were ancient techniques. So it was pretty phenomenal and it's not like it was, you know, magical that I've discovered this stuff, because it is nothing really out of the ordinary of having an eating disorder, and there's nothing out of the ordinary of eating onion and garlic and chili before bed. You know, there's something that humans have done forever. You know, so they say these foods like chili, garlic, onion, and ginger, and spices go against meditative practices and spiritual practices, because it interferes with um, being able to attain states and meditation and clarity. Other people will say the opposite, because it creates blood flow and stuff. But as far as formal religions go, they say stay away from these foods because it goes against being calm and peaceful and all that sort of stuff. So those two methods then led me on to the other method, which I learned myself and practiced myself. So I never really was told these things. I was told other practices to do with lucid dreaming. So looking at your hand, and that never really worked for me, you know, because when I was in a dream, I wouldn't remember to look at my hand and stuff like that. From the interrupting the digestive system by overeating, and also by having nightmares and waking up from them and being disrupted and then going back to sleep, and then waking up and then going back into a nightmare again, and then waking up, going back into a nightmare. I had this thing where over time I became more aware of the fact that I was having the nightmare. And that combined with the forced eating and digestive interruption, waking up constantly, I came up with the idea of using an alarm. And you know how alarms have snooze functions? And some alarms you can set 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes between the snooze function. I would use that. And so I would basically, I, I would also do a thing where I'd just wake myself up in the middle of the night with an alarm and think about the dream I was having and then go back to sleep. So I wouldn't necessarily wake myself up constantly through the night. I would just wake myself up at 3 or 4 in the morning, or 2 or 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, and then go back to sleep after thinking about what I just dreamt about, and then try and go back into that dream. So this was something, a part of it is like to try and remember the dream and go back to sleep and try and go back to the dream you were just having. And this is something that happened naturally, because when you wake up from a good dream and you, oh, like that's awesome, and then you want to go back to the dream. So you lie back down again, and then you try, you just, oh, I want to go back to this dream, and then you're thinking about the dream while it's still fresh in your mind, and sometimes you go back into the dream, the same dream that you were just having. It might be slightly different, but you're going back into that dream. So I was experimenting on myself. I was working out how to do it, and I once I started using the alarm and doing the thing where I'd wake up, remember the dream, and then try and go back into the same dream. And you do that over and over all through a night. And it's not like I was doing this I was doing it to, I had a goal. to overcome nightmares. And so that was my goal, is to if I was to be able to be aware of the dream and I was in a horrible dream, I could then, take control of it. You know, I wasn't really wanting to go and be, fly, and people have different motives for lucid dreaming. For me, it was overcoming nightmares. So, so the alarm system worked. It worked really well, and snooze function 20 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes. Um, I use different, you know, um, especially the 10-minute, being practicing and being able to wake up and then go back to sleep for 10 minutes and then wake up again. It's a good thing to be able to train yourself to be able to go to sleep. So it was also teaching me to be able to relax and go to sleep. So it had benefits for relaxation and being able to get to sleep. And it doesn't help you with insomnia. With insomnia, something switched on, and doesn't matter what you try and do, you're not going to be able to get to sleep. But it did help for a regular wanting to get to sleep. I could just lay down and go to sleep because I got better at it, because I'd been practicing waking up and going back to sleep. And what I found is I wasn't doing this for extended periods of time. I would go through phases. I'd do it for a few days. Um, I wouldn't be doing it during the weekdays. I'd do it on weekends. Um, and I'd be doing it when the nightmares would be happening. So I would be reminded to do this, and then it was sort of like this thing that happened over many years, and I just experimented with it, and eventually it happened, and um, so for me there was different levels of awareness within the lucid dream. So the first level is just knowing that you're in a dream and allowing the dream to happen. So you're an observer in awareness, and you're not affecting the dream or the outcome of the dream. You're allowing it to happen. So you're still, like in a dream, how you feel like you're being led along and you can't really do anything, um, which is what then becomes nightmares in some senses. So some nightmares you have no control. Other nightmares you do have control. So you are semi-lucid, and they're the nightmares where you're active, and you're taking control. But even though you're taking control, you're being faced with these horrible situations that keep getting worse and worse and worse. So, there's two types of nightmares for me, where you're incapacitated, you can't do anything, and you have to just deal with everything that's going on. And then the other ones where you're aware or semi-aware, so you can be active, but the nightmare still continues. Then there's the nightmares where you're aware, active, and you're able to take control. So I'd say there's those three levels of nightmare lucid, where the more you become stronger at lucid dreaming, that's when you overcome the nightmares, is when you are active, you're aware, active, and can take control. Um, and it's the same for happy lucid dreams. You have happy lucid dreams where you're aware, but you're not in control. And they can be the best ones as well. So it's like you're in a movie. You're not writing the script. You're just going along for the ride. But because you're aware, you're able to feel the sensations of what's happening around you, and it's pleasant. So you're not upset or disrupted. So like you're enjoying the process, and you're not wanting to affect it. You're wanting the dream to just unfold in front of you, and that's something. So same thing. Next level is awareness and having some control over it. So you are able to shape what happens within the dream, but it still has its own narrative, and you can't predict the outcome, and you can't change the outcome because it will keep changing for you, just like life, and then you have the ultimate lucid dream where you can have complete control and you can fly. You can change, like Soli was saying, you can change into a cat and walk through the city. So you can turn into a different animal. You can shrink down into nothingness and then travel through space and time. You can do amazing things when you the other one is surrealist or surreal lucid dreams. So I will give you an example for a surreal lucid dream I had once. And this was one where I was aware and active, but I didn't want to affect. I was experiencing it, and I didn't have control over it. Okay, so I was one big thing that people have said since the dawn of time is that you get enlightenment or insights through dreams. And shamans and mathematicians, philosophers, scientists, everyone, business people, all have these insights from dreams, and everyone does. But these are where we get people talking about their experiences. Are these varied fields. I was on a it's in a book where I drew it, but there was a road, and how when you learn about art and you have perspective and you draw a vanishing point, so you have like where you are here and it goes up, like we look down a road and it gets smaller and smaller to a point. So I was standing on this road, but it was in space with nothing around. So everything was floating in space, and I was on this road. But this road it wasn't like a road that was paved. It was a road that was made with segments like tiles, but they were large sections, sort of like concrete. And there was a curb, like a barrier on the edge of the road, stopping the edges. And I was being shown this, and I was shown a lot of esoteric stuff in dreams because I was learning about lots of things, and so they would then represent within dreams, and then I would get insight from the things that I was learning about in the dream, and then I would wake up and just be amazed. And so there's this clear path, like a road, and the road was not paved, but it was segmented, and on one side was the source, and it was like I was told this is the source, and so this was a description of reality. A non-linear form of reality, or the universe, that and time. So it's like I was in being shown secrets of the universe in this dream. And there was the road, and on one side was the source, and it was these clouds that kept enveloping, like, and the clouds were just like in and out, like, but they were contained within this one side, and they were like a gaseous cloud, not like they were like clouds like we see in the sky, but they were more also like gaseous clouds. They were halfway between gaseous clouds you see in a vacuum chamber, or like made from a chemical reaction, halfway between that and clouds you see in the sky. And they had a movement to them that was very living, like they were living, and they were enveloping. So they were contained within their side, and that was the source. And within the source, objects would pop up in and out of the source. So they were wholly formed physical things popping up out of this cloud. They'd pop out of the cloud and then get drawn back in. Objects, daily objects. They were ruler, table, chair, machine, computer, like all these different things, food, like everything. So I was seeing, so in the source has in like complex things that are not only exist within nature, but also things that are created by conscious beings were held within this source, which was within this gaseous cloud on one side. Sort of like, with computers, you have objects in a computer, like say a video game, you have an object, that each object contains all the information about the shape, what it does. We have the same thing in our brains. We have object orientated thinking, where as we learn about something, we torch, we have an object, we have an understanding of what a torch is and what it's inside it. It's got a battery, it's got a bulb, it's got a button to switch it on and off. Lighter, it's got gas inside it, and it's got a flint, and it's got, so once you know what a lighter is, then it's an object, and that exists in your brain. So that that, inside here is another thing inside there. But until you know that, you don't know that. So there's different levels of understanding of what is, and then you know that it's got gas, and then you don't know how much gas is in it. It could be empty, could be dry. Then you have complex objects like phones, which contain additional information. So this source was popping up everything. And then on the other side, right, and this is, I was being shown this in the dream. So I had like someone, a guide, explaining to me what I was seeing, and I was on the other side, and this came from theoretical physicists' explanations of the universe and time and space. And I had this dream at a time where I was learning about esoteric stuff as well as theoretical physics at the same time. And so that's how I could rationalize where the dream came from. You know, I could rationalize, you know, that this dream came from my own contemplation about these complex things, you know. But at the same time, it was such a profound thing that it was it's so vivid, you know, that I thought it was this eternal secret of the universe that I was being taught, you know. And so I could see down this road to the vanishing point into infinity, and all above is empty black space, right? And on one side you've got the source with the clouds and objects popping in and out of the clouds, presenting themselves to you, you know, these are things. And then on the other side you had, these are, and that's what they said, these are time fragments. And so you could basically scroll along this other side and pick out a fragment of time and look at it and drop it back down. And so the fragment of time was an aspect, and whatever the fragment of time consisted of, the source would provide. So it was like this. So it was showing me that even though time doesn't exist in a sense, it exists in these fragments of past and future. You know that you know we're in the present, but then these past and future. So it goes from the past to the future, and there's an infinite number of these fragments of time, almost like. And so in theoretical physics, they say, I think it's I forget the name, time slices they call it, and that's what these were. They were like slices of time that you could, and as you scrolled along, you could go through. They were infinite. It was an infinite road. So it was saying time was infinite and the source was infinite. Anything could pop out of the source and objects could appear. So it was showing that both there was an infinite, or that time was infinite or eternal. Infinite's probably not the better word. Well, maybe they're both, but time was this thing on one side, and it was represented as slices of time that you could actually pinpoint moments. But then one thing that I drew from this was that it was this was my experience on this path. So this was my journey on the road. So my universe, my consciousness, my experience. So these time slices were applicable to me. And then on the other side, you had the source, which was applicable to everyone. But then also what I saw in the time slices were it was the collective conscience, or it was the collective consciousness on both sides. So on the time slices side, you had events. You could go through just, like time travel movies or anything like that, or history. You could go back through time or go forward in time. And then, like, the time slices, as you focused on them, like a wave, they would sort of emerge out, and then like one would pop up. And as one would pop up, it would show you what you're looking at in a two-dimensional form. But even when you looked at it as a two-dimensional form, it was like a hologram. It became, you could look into it, and then you could see it was actually comprised of a three-dimensional space, but it was represented in a two-dimensional form, in the form of a slice. So really interesting, the stuff you see in dreams, that was an awesome dream. Like, never forget it. And I drew a picture of it. I want to do a painting of this scene. I want to do a painting of it. And it'll be like a surrealist painting with the road going off into the infinity, and then space, and then source on one side, and then the time slices on the other, with slices like coming up in waves with like, and even the time slices they were like, like a picture frame, but more so like a what do you call them? They're like photos you put in a projector. I can't think of the word. Slides. They was like slides, and so they were like time slices, were like slides. So and except they didn't have like a big thick frame around them. They had a thinner frame, but they still had a frame around them containing the slice. And they were like holograms. So you could see that even though it was a two-dimensional thing, when you looked at it, you could actually take one, you could pick one out and take it out and look at it and put it back. Amazing stuff. And that happened in like a lucid dream where I was aware. So I had time to actually experience and look around and listen to what I was being told, and spend time watching the source, watching this clouds and objects popping up and going back in. And it was a way of explaining how the universe worked. And I could rationalize it as I was researching esoteric things and theoretical physics at the same time. So my brain was creating this thing, or I was tapping into something. Who knows? So I did get through, before I go to the chat, I did get through the methods I used, how I came about learning these methods, and then later finding out that these are also methods that other people use. So the alarm technique, teaching you how to go back, wake up and go back into a dream. Don't do it when you're working, because you don't want to go to work and then be in trouble because you've been waking yourself up all night. You can only do it when you can do it. But once you crack that thing, and then you can be aware, and you get to that third level, that's when you can overcome your nightmares. As soon as you do that, you basically go, I'm in a nightmare right now, and I have complete control of this. So you can just, it's like you're a magician. It's like you're Gandalf or something like that, like more than Gandalf. You can like tell things to disappear, and they disappear. So for me, it was overcoming nightmares. It wasn't to actually, that was my motive for learning how to lucid dream, was to overcome nightmares, and I succeeded once. And then I never really pushed it after that. Like, I used to enjoy spending most of my time in that second state, where you're aware of the dream, and you have some control of reality within the dream, but you allow the narrative to unfold for you. It's more interesting that way. What happens is, if you're in a lucid dream and you have complete control, it becomes boring in a sense, because you can only go flying so many times before you get sick of flying, and some people do it to have sex in their dreams. Some people, whatever thing they want to like do, they do, but it doesn't, that wasn't my purpose. My purpose was to overcome nightmares, and when I had that third state and was able to do what I wanted, I was more interested in actually experiencing. And so this is something that actually goes back to that whole going back to reincarnation and all that sort of stuff. So like, isn't it more interesting to actually experience something? And so you're not really experiencing something if you're in complete control of it. You're dictating it, and you're if you're in complete control of it, you're not really experiencing it. You're telling it how you want it to be. So it's more enjoyable to have an adventure, and to just enjoy what happens, what unfolds. So I'm just going back through the chat now. I finished basically everything I wanted to say. Again, disclaimer: force feeding, that came from eating disorders. It's not good for you. I don't advise it, but it's a way of forcing nightmares, and nightmares that worked for me. So I had nightmares, and then I forced myself to have nightmares, and the nightmares disappeared. Waking yourself up with an alarm, it's pretty harmless. So you can't really hurt yourself that way, except you might not get much sleep if you can't get back to sleep. Eating spicy food before bed, you can't really hurt yourself that way. But the indigestion thing, it could be bad, but any of these things, it's really up to you whether you. And there's other techniques. I'm only telling you what I learned myself through trial and error. And then I found out later that these are, two of them are ancient techniques anyway. So I'll get to the chat because there's some cool stuff in there. And but yeah, that going back to that drawing I showed, yeah, that was a labyrinth. That was the word I couldn't think of. And Jody said, yeah, labyrinth. And labyrinths are helping to raise our vibrations. That's exactly it. And then meditation as well, which is raising your vibration as well. They are something very interesting. There's something about labyrinths and the different variations of them. Jody says, I think many of us who are sensitive with shamans and priestesses in past lives. I've been both many times. Oh yeah, that's right. I've read these questions. Sorry about that question about reincarnation. No, that's all right. I think it was great. It really opened up a whole topic, and materialists won't like this sort of conversation because they just won't believe any of it. But look, I'll tell you, quantum theoretical physics say the same thing. So that's it. Jody says, I've studied metaphysics since I was 18 years old. So all my adult life. Jody says, no worries. I'm doing my mini meditation before I do my morning reading with tarot. Soli says, I have to go. Thanks for being here, Soli. And I love your comment about like turning into a cat and traveling through the city. That's awesome, man. Like you obviously had to go, so you're not hearing this live, but maybe you're watching this on replay. But that's an awesome comment. Like I used to ride a motorbike through the city, but I used to ride a miniature motorbike. I used to shrink myself down to a miniature person and then ride a miniature motorbike, but it was a normal motorbike, but miniature. And I would it was just bizarre. I don't know why, but that was something I did for a while. I found it more interesting than being like riding a normal motorbike. I did become a bird, but like I love that stuff. That's what you can do in dreams. If once you have that ability to take control, one thing was sort of like becoming the elements, like becoming water, and like so being a water droplet and then traveling down a river out to the ocean and then evaporating up into the sky into a cloud and then raining down onto a forest and then ending up on the ground and then down into the earth. I did have those dreams. That was a really cool experience. Soli says, I hope next time I can enjoy the talk and longer. Bye, everyone. Well, thanks for being here, Soli. Like you're in Europe, so like it is a off time for you, I think. So it was good that you're able to be here anyway. What is it? It's 3:47 a.m. Jody says, wow, I've experienced very similar journey. I was abused as a child, bullied at school, and was in very abusive marriage. My dream work, metaphysical studies, meditation helped. I feel that. Thank you so much for that comment. That's exactly it. And that's what I wanted to have this talk, is because it helps so much for trauma. I was having the nightmares because of trauma, and the lucid dreaming and the studies. It causes you to like want to learn more. And I'm sorry to hear that you had similar experiences. And like, it makes us stronger in some ways, but we don't. We wish we didn't have to have those experiences, because our lives would be completely different. So, but yeah, it certainly works as for healing trauma, I think, because in a sense, dreams are processing trauma. So you think back to when we lived in the elements and we had to deal with life and death was a day-to-day struggle. Like, we live in comfort these days. So in a sense, our nightmares have changed because our struggles are different these days. We have different struggles, but it used to be that food and the elements and um, predatory animals were the things that we feared, and so those are the things that invaded our dreams. Um, so those were the traumas that then caused these vivid things, which then became and like, they're special. Like, it's there's the two worlds. There's the waking and the sleeping, and the conscious and the unconscious, or the conscious and the subconscious. And Jody says the trauma therapy I did for 9 months helped, plus my own tools I used over the years. That's good. You did like a 9 month stint of trauma therapy. I wish I did that. I'm doing. I've just had various. I've never had formal, like, trauma therapy like that. So I'm interested to hear what it was like and what you did, because I'm reading books about self practice techniques so that I don't have to go to a trauma center. I can't afford the therapy, because that would have been 9 months of it. Would have, it wouldn't have, um it would have been extensive to do. Would have, but I tell you what, like, sounds like it worked in, and only because you did this other stuff as well. That it worked because you're active in it. It was good. Sounds like it was good therapy. Like the quality of the therapy, and it also, you're doing all this other work yourself. You're actively keeping your mind open. Neuroplasticity, um, learning new things is a major aspect of healing from trauma, because you're replacing the I had I think it's a Vedic thing. It's like the bird and the wing, and it's like, um, even though birds go like that, the story is like replacing one. You're lifting up one wing to replace the other. So by introducing something new, you're able to um, cast off the old, or the thing that's causing you pain. And another example that was explained to me was guy goes to the doctor, the medicine man, and says, I'm having troubles because I'm eating too much bread and it's giving me indigestion and I can't, you know, can't go, like I'm constipated and I can't, like, I'm in all this pain all the time, but I can't stop eating the bread. And the doctor says, well, eat 10 potatoes a day. And the guy goes, what? Like, don't stop eating the bread, but just eat 10 potatoes. And then, by eating the 10 potatoes, he's not eating as much bread because he can't eat the bread because he can only have so much. So, replacing something with something else. And the guy goes back to the doctor, and the witch doctor or the medicine man or the whatever, and says, thank you, it worked. I can eat. I'm feeling good. It's fixed my problem. Solved. So it's solving something by adding something in to replace another habit. And that's like a sort of a basis for a lot of therapies, is replacement of something with something new to offset and push away what was there. And you don't necessarily have to stop what you're doing, but by adding the new thing in, you're reducing what you're doing naturally. If you're focusing on stopping eating the bread, you're going to have troubles with that. So replacing it without even thinking of it, because you're adding something else in. Jody says, oh, damn, I missed some of what was said because my boss called me. I'm sorry that happened. You can watch the replay. I'm wondering what bit you missed. It might have been where I was talking about that vivid dream I had about, like, secrets of the universe. Jody says, I also had an eating disorder, mainly due to low self-esteem. I feel that I finally conquered that. Yeah, me too. It was low self-esteem. It wasn't bulimia necessarily, like, it was just eating disorder. So I'd eat bad food, I'd eat too fast, I'd eat late at night, I'd eat quickly. And that's what I was saying in the beginning of this talk, is that this is basically how I came across this stuff, because I was having these nightmares because I was having indigestion through the night because I was my eating disorder. And then I was like, well, why don't I give myself nightmares on purpose so I can have the nightmares knowing I'm going to have the nightmares? And that's what I found. This is an ancient thing. They've been doing this for thousands of years, and it's giving yourself indigestion so you face your nightmares. It's like a Greek or Roman thing, and I think they did it in the East as well. And that's where I was talking about the combination of the different foods. But it came about through accident, discovering this stuff from having an eating disorder. And same thing, we share very similar stuff, childhood trauma, adult trauma, low self-esteem, interest in metaphysics and esoteric stuff. We're friends already. um, if I want to lucid dream, I drink mugwort tea. Yeah, I have had mugwort a few times, but I've never really got into it. I've never really used substances other than food. You know, I that's like so that's all I've talked about tonight is what my own experience with stuff. And I do know mugwort, and there's lots of other herbal uh, medicines that will induce vivid dreams. And if you can already lucid dream, you can utilize that to um, you know. Jody says, "Yeah, I started to have pretty bad insomnia 2 years ago." Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I had myself bad insomnia 2 years ago, and that's when I started my YouTube channel. I had insomnia, and my way to counteract it was to make YouTube videos of me playing guitar and going up the mountain in the middle of the night and making noise music, like taking up a speaker and a guitar amp and a battery and guitar pedals and making noise music. And so it's on my YouTube channel. I don't usually tell people to watch this playlist because it's noise music. It's not very palatable, but it was therapy for me. And the whole process of that was like going through the insomnia. So I would I would know in the afternoon I wasn't going to sleep that night, and then I would then prepare everything over a few hours, and I'd pack the ute with everything, and then when it got to about midnight to 1 o'clock in the morning, I'd drive up the mountain for like a 40-minute drive, far enough away from everyone, and then I'd spend 40 minutes setting up. I'd set up the cameras and the microphones and like the recording equipment and the thing and the candles and everything, and then I'd perform a improvised noise piece, and some of it was pretty full on. There was some really profound experiences I had where, because I was using radio, I was using the electronics and radio frequencies. So I was tuning into different radio static, so was tuning into the ether and then putting it through feedback and stuff. I had some experiences where I was combining it with vocals, and at some point I'll try and find these points, but I would call these scream mantras out, yelling and screaming into the microphone, and it's like they went out into the ether and they came back into the radio and replayed, and then I would like listen to it, and then I would like copy it, and then I would like go, and then it would became this cycle. So it was really interesting to see how that worked. And I wonder if there is some form of like connection between um, on a sense, what you project and what you put out into the universe stays in a field, for a period of time, and it plays. You know how people do mantras, and it's like I was doing a mantra, and it would go out into the ether, and then it would come back through into the speaker and replay without a delay. You know how you have delay pedals? I had no delay pedals. It was all just analog electronics. I did have some digital distortion, but it was all, I mean, I used a transistor radio, but it was tuned into the um, that was a really profound experience that I experienced with that stuff, where it's almost like there was a echo. So what I was producing was going out into the area around, and then it was then being played back again. I can't explain it, but I do have the recordings of it, so I can go back through and try and analyze it. And I wonder if there's something to it, because this is essentially the basis of mantras and stuff like that, and like the whole focused thought and attention thing. Going back to the chat again. Jody says, I also had, oh yeah, I read that one. If I want a lucid dream, I drink, oh yeah, I read that. I drink mugwort. Yeah, I will actually try that again. Jody says, that sounds like an amazing lucid dream. What a wonderful way to heal. I reckon that was the one when I was talking about the source and the time slices and stuff. That was amazing. What a great healing tool. I always wonder if I could go back in time and rewrite terrible things that happened to us. It would be the people we are now. It's all perspective. I'm determined to. Yeah, that was something that, with that dream, that was something that I pondered, that you could take slices out and change things. And with trauma therapy, that's essentially what you're wanting to do. So reparenting and contacting the inner child is ways of rewriting the past by changing things around and reorganizing things. In Body Keeps the Score, they talk about staging. I forget the name of the therapy. They create scenarios. So like they'll set up a room where and they do it with actual real people, and they also do it with like objects. So you could have like a coat, sorry, a chair and a table, but they have to be things that resemble close enough to be a human. So they've got to have a shape that's similar. And they represent different people. And the person who's gone through the trauma says, put that person there, put that person there, and they go and place the thing there, and they go place the thing there, and this person needs to be standing over there, and they go, okay, no, further, keep going, yep, and then yep, that person there, and then when they're happy that everyone's in the right place, then they can actually go through processing with the traumatized person and say, so what do you want to do? What do you want to say to this person? What do you want to say to this person? What do you want to make different? And they can go through the process of having a conversation with someone and saying, like, why didn't you look after me when I needed this? Or why did you do this to me? You hurt me this way, and stuff like that. And they can also reframe it as, so what would you like for them to do? And they could say, well, I wish you gave me hugs. All I wanted was to be hugged, or I wish you were proud of me, and they actually take that process even further, and they use real people, actors who have scripts. So they interview the person and say, like, what, like, tell me, they learn all about the people, and then the people can, like, they can speak, rather than speaking to a bookshelf and a table and a chair and whatever it is that they've set up. They're talking to real people, and that are playing the roles of these people, and it's amazing. And it's out of all the therapies that he talks about in the book, that this has been one of the most transformative therapies for people, is to go through this. And you can actually practice this yourself in your mind. You can close your eyes and you can imagine a scenario, because in your mind, exactly where everyone was, where everyone people sit, excuse me, and then you place them, and then you can then go through it. So the beauty of these therapies is you can actually work on this stuff yourself without having a team of specialists. But it would be profound to actually do this stuff with a and the results are immediate almost. The next day the person is like cured of stuff that's been troubling them their whole life, type thing. So it's amazing. I can't believe I can't remember the name of the therapy. Staging, scene. Anyway, it's in Body Keeps the Score. You got to read that book. It's really good. It is triggering in bits, but structures. I think that's what it's called, structures. You're creating structures. I think that's what it's called. And it's reframing the mind. So but it's doing it in a special way. So And that's what brought it up. That comment, Jody, is that's exactly what these trauma experts and therapists they do. That it's going back in time and changing it, and then rewriting it. And so if you can do that and then rewrite your long-term memory in that thing and changing the perspective of things, then it helps you then have a different perspective on things and then move on from it. So, but it would be great to have a time machine, wouldn't it? Like, go back in time. We can't do that though. What we can do, the beauty of it is we live now. You know, like right now we're streaming this. We got you're here. Alex is here. How you going, Alex? I noticed you're in the comments. We're getting there to say hello to you. But I'm going through the we're right here, right now, in the present, and this is the safest place to be ever. You know, it's safe right now, and if being in the present, even if you're in a difficult scenario where there is danger, being present will actually still be better than not being present. But the hardest thing with trauma is you get stuck in the past, and it's the hardest thing to be in the present. But when you can be in the present and you know that this works, because when you're doing something creative and you're making some art or you're writing a creative story or you're going for a walk in nature and you're looking at like the beauty of nature and all this stuff, you're cooking a meal and you've chopped up all the stuff and you're smelling the smell of the food cooking, and you're thinking about how cool you're enjoying doing what you're doing, but you're present. You're in the present, and like all of the worries of the future, that you've got bills to pay, you've got things you got to do tomorrow, the next day, you're worried about the future. They don't matter because you're in the present. All the things from the past that people that hurt you, the pain that you've gone through, the time you've lost, the agony you've gone through, the hurt, the pain, doesn't matter because you're living in the present. And it's the hardest thing to actually get past with trauma, is that you keep getting dragged back into the past, and at the same time you worry about the future because you feel like there is no future. So some people have a different trauma where they're worried about the future and they don't care about the past, whereas people with trauma more worried are stuck in the past and they don't care about the future because they have no hope for it. So being in the present is and we are right now, like these candles are burning, they're lighting up my hands and illuminating, and as I breathe, but as I talk, it's making the candles move. And the candles are also, as they burn down, they're creating like effects on the camera, so you can see like a halo around the that's all that happens. That's time over time. So when I lit these candles a while ago, they were like up here, and now they're burning down. And but they are burning now. So the light that is illuminating the room is from a present moment. and we're experiencing that, you know, and it's relatively within milliseconds, you know, from me saying these words to you listening to it over the entire planet. It's amazing, isn't it? So we can be present together. You know, as you type into the chat, you know, if I'm caught up with the chat, I can be reading the chat as you're typing it. So I'll catch up to the chat. Be the best version of myself I can be, even though there are some things I can never get back. That's a great way to live, you know. And I try and do that. I fail at it sometimes, but I try not to be too hard on myself for like not being perfect. You know, be the best version of myself I can be, you know, is a really great. This is very interesting to me, at least to gather some info and apply in some ways, maybe not all of it, but some. Thanks. Well, that's it. Like, you know, take what you can. Happy Hermity, I didn't realize you were here as well, brother. Good to see you here. Like, yeah, look, I'm reading your comment. You, Happy Hermit says you would enjoy doing a retreat at BSWA in Perth next time they have one. It would be worth a flight. I have been watching. I have been watching these videos. I've forgotten his name now. The Buddhist guy. I've been watching his videos. I've had too big a week this week, but I have been watching his videos. Ajahn Braham or something. Is that it? I don't know if I got that right. But yeah, it's awesome. Been watching lots of, found his channel, and like he's got lots of good talks. Alex says talks help a lot. Thank you. And listening to talks and talking with people, you know, having these conversations where we talk together, Alex, helps a lot. Helps me, helps you, helps us all. You know, we're like communicating and like we're being present, and we're sharing and helping each other, caring for each other. So powerful in that. Jessica says, Jessica's here as well. I didn't realize. I was reading your comments as well. I thought it was Jody still I was reading. How often do you do lives? A couple of times a week. I do a Sunday afternoon, Sunday night live in Australia. So that's like late night for in America, depending on where you are. And I'm starting to do early morning, late night, early morning lives because of my caring roles. Like I'm up through the night. So when I finish my shift, I might do a stream, which is in the afternoon, like 3 in the afternoon, 4 in the afternoon American time. Jessica says I'm trying to pay attention to get some tips and stuff. That's awesome. It's good to know that what I'm saying is, you know, interesting and valuable enough to want to, you know, and we're all sharing too. So take the tips from everyone else. It's cool. Yeah. Just, you know, be careful with some of my streams. I talk about heavy stuff, and if you come across stream where I'm talking about heavy stuff, just switch off and come back to it. You'll know when it's a positive stream and a happy stream. And if you're if you're open to going through heavy topics, then it could be therapeutic for you to to listen to those ones as well. Alex says energy work faster when you're at high frequency. That's awesome. Look, I've got to take a second toilet break and then I'll be back. I'll be quick. 4:23 in the morning here. It's been a really nice chat tonight. We've talked about some really cool stuff. And you know how I was talking about the candles before? Like they're making that cool sort of glow. Yeah, that's it. Ajahn Brahm. That I've been watching his channel. You put me on his stuff, and I've listened to a couple of his talks in the last week, and I'm gonna probably a couple of weeks. He's got a lot of stuff there, so I'll just take my time with it. Love that comment, Alex. Talks help a lot. They do. They talk. These talks have helped me so much, like because it's just I get to talk, but I get to talk with you as well, like all of you. So it really does help so much. I appreciate it myself, and being able to communicate and connect with people and find new friends this way is really special. Jody says, I've had an awesome morning waking up and talking to you, Luke. I've got to go. Ta. Jody, thank you. hopefully you're still here, but you might have gone by this point before I got to reading that comment. It's been awesome talking to you, and I've really enjoyed it. We had a really great chat. Happy Hermit says, yeah, Ajahn Brahm. Also, Ajahn Brahmali is great too. Yeah, well, I'll check him out as well. Pronounce Brahm. Lol. Yeah, that's it. So now I know how to pronounce it properly. Ajahn Brahm. Jessica says, I try and talk to people and I feel like people don't understand, and a lot of it is hard to discuss. Yeah, it was good to find people you can, it's good to find people that you can talk to and have conversations with about things, It's a big thing because you feel, you don't have that, then you're alone, or you're talking to yourself, or you don't have anyone to talk to, and I, I guess that's why I started this live streams, is to have conversations with people, and it's amazing that I can do that through the internet like this. Happy Hermit says they're having a 9-day retreat right now, and Bromali did the first day today, and it's online if you want to do the retreat together online. I'll have a look at that. Is it free? I know that there's lots of stuff on YouTube for free. My bank account's empty at the moment, that's all. Happy Hermit says, I agree with Jessica. It's really tough being able to open up and up completely to people. In my case, especially since I'm holding onto a lot of trauma. Yeah, Happy Hermit, that's a really good comment. Like I understand. I know that I know some of the trauma that you've gone through in the recent years, and that's something that I'm going through at the moment. It's happening. It's for me. It hasn't happened yet, as far as um, uh, I just I think about you traveling around the country as being such a healing thing, and I look forward to doing that myself when my mother passes. Um, Maybe it might be like for a couple of weeks or a month at a time. I'll do that, but I think that's something that's going to be really healing to do. Um, and I haven't actually been emotional about stuff for a while. I've been able to deal with it all. but I have to be prepared for it when it happens. So having a plan like that, and you've inspired me with that, is that I've thought about. I've got a ute with a um, like a Hilux with a canopy on the back, and I can build a little thing for it and make it like a camper. So I can like build a little slide out thing out of plywood. I've seen people do it, and I could just go camp, and it'll be like self-sufficient. It's not like luxury or anything. You've got a caravan, which is pretty, but then you've got like all the extra stuff of having like a bigger truck and everything like that. But I already have the vehicle for it, and all I have to do is build it. If I build this slide out thing, I'll have an all-weather mini camper, and it'll allow me to travel. I'm going to try and do it maybe a couple of weeks at a time or something. Happy Hermit says, yes, it's free online. They do live 9-day upload to it's live 9-day uploaded to their YouTube. Well, I'll check that out. I can't commit to like doing like with these retreats. I can't commit to like being there the whole time. So if they have segmented parts of the retreat in like 1 or 2 hour bits, I can do that. But future retreats where I'll attend. I'm interested in that stuff. Happy Hermit says, I've made the mistake of opening up before, and it's kind of drove a good friend away because it's honestly a lot of pain. I've learned not to do that because it's hard to hear, and people have their own problems. That's a really good comment. I've driven so many people away from my trauma because of my trauma, and I push people away because of it as well. I've read a book about it recently about talking about trauma. Doesn't go so much into the details of that stuff. It's more like the how to talk about trauma. I think it's a greater topic to actually really think about. One of the worst things is there's self-denial. So like you go, I'm in pain and I want to talk to you, but then you go, as soon as you open up to them about what's causing you pain, you see the pain that they're going through. They can't deal with the fact that it's too much for them, and then you feel bad for like imposing on them. It's like vicarious trauma. So, and that's why, like, I'm gonna try and do once a month, like sharing streams. I did a stream. I've had 2 streams in the last week or fortnight, where one was just the other day, and the other one was like last week, and people opened up about their trauma, and it was some serious stuff, and we were all ready for it. And I thought about this, and I thought it'd be good to have conversations and differentiate the different levels. And not to compare, but to give the allowance of separating people's different traumas and pain, so that it gives people the opportunity to be in a different place, for it. So you could have particular stream for people to talk about emotional pain, one for people to talk about abuse, pain, different things, circumstantial trauma, but not to compare, and not to allow people to have that opportunity to have their own place to open up about and share about it, safe and comfortable, knowing that the people that are there for that as well. Because the thing is that it's very personal, and there's so many different types, and that's a barrier. Because again, so the point you're making is that when you open up, when you open up with people, they shut down. It's too much for them. You feel guilty because you've imposed some, in the last month, I've had some very positive experiences sharing trauma with people on a personal one-to-one basis. That has been very healing for me. And this has happened through doing these streams and meeting people. Some of that is because I've exhausted my own friends. I've pushed my friends away through going through years of living through trauma and not and being stuck in a traumatized state where, like, all I can talk about is everything that's going on and this and that and that, and then they just, it's too much for them, and then they step back, or I push them away. And this is completely different. This is like finding people that are I find a connection with, and then I'm able to have this experience where I'm able to open up to them. This happened to me only yesterday, and I got to, and how it happened was, as I said, look, are you okay with me to share a trauma with you? Can I do this? And this person said yes, go ahead. And I just told them what I went through, and I knew that they could understand. So it does help to have people who have shared experiences, so they can empathize and they can advise as well, but they can also just listen. And that's probably the most important thing, is just to listen without judgment. The hardest thing is when you're trying to explain something to someone and they don't have any idea of what you've been through. And it's something foreign to them in a sense, and it's so painful for them. It's painful. They vicariously going through the trauma. It's like a horror story. It's a horror story for you, or a long drawn out painful. It's either like a horror movie, or like a drama that's like this long drawn out painful thing. Like, either way, it's extremely, there's pain and hurt inside that you're trying to express how and the thing is, the point is that by you're trying to express how difficult things are, but you're also trying to show how you're trying to do things about it as well. And when you get interrupted, you're trying to, you don't get a chance to finish the bit, or you're being judged, like, or of, not necessarily judged on actions, but being judged on how you are taking it. That's painful, and you're wanting non-judgment. You're just wanting someone to listen. So I'm really hearing what you're saying, and I want to try and have specific streams for specific sessions where people can open up and talk about things, because this happened a couple times in the last few weeks where people really talked about, like, heavy stuff, and I the courage that they had to talk about these things. And I'm not comparing, for some reason they came to the stream and they felt comfortable. So I want to have that same thing for all because I don't want to compare stuff, because everyone's trauma is just as painful to themselves. And you can, what I identified is safety, people feeling comfortable and safe, allowed them to open up, and there were people around that listened and they empathized, they gave encouragement, and they showed how much they cared for what this person went through. And it gave that person the opportunity to keep, like, another thing is when you start talking about things, and that, like, not stopping what you're talking about, like, keep going with it. It's not like you're getting pushed to go deeper and deeper and, like, tell everyone everything that happened. Let it happen naturally, and, like, let the person think about it and go, and you know what, this happened, and I did this, and I wish this happened differently. And it's all about doing less, I think, having the right environment and doing less, and it will happen naturally. So um, I really appreciate your comment, Hermit. Happy Hermit with that. No, like, your next comment was own problems. No, don't be so self-conscious with that. Like, I really think about it, and that's the whole point about how many live streams have I done with this channel, and I feel like I'm always talking about my own problems. So I don't feel like it's not like that at all. Jessica says, do you want to connect and talk to Hermit? Yeah, definitely. Look, I got my email address there, Happy Hermit. Email me, and we can chat, email, we can Skype, or I got Microsoft Teams, I got Zoom, so we can video chat if you want, audio chat. We can just call like a regular phone call. If you want to speak, I'd love to have a extended long conversation with you, and tell me about where you are. You're traveling around the place. Tell me about, like, what the weather's like, and what what you're doing on a day to day. And when you feel like you want to open up about stuff or talk about some of the stuff, tell me. I'll listen. Jessica says, do you have a page? I don't know if these are lives for me you're suggesting. I don't have a page that separates the stuff. Like, the title of the live I stream usually sort of dictates what whether it's what type of stream it is. Like I was saying before, with sort of on this topic, I I spend a lot of time on this channel talking about my traumas and my life. So people have to listen to these long extended things. So tonight has been, a different one. So you could tell by the title that it was personal, but it was different to the other ones. I try and make it clear, and so people can, like I have an aspect to this channel where I want to have where we talk about what we do for healing, and we share like our things we do for healing, and essentially that's what tonight is something I've done for overcoming nightmares that came from trauma. But often we'll have streams where everyone in the chat's talking about the books they read, techniques they use, and stuff like that. So it's all sort of different. Maybe I should have more playlists. I think YouTube could probably allow people's pages to be displayed more choreographed, because of the stuff that I've got noise music, classical guitar, nature videos, live streams. It's confusing. So someone comes to my channel and they're like, "What's this guy on about?" And then even if they go to the live streams, I've got all these live streams. I don't know what's a good one for me to watch. It's going to be beneficial for me, So I find it painful for me to make these things and then not know. I don't want to be upsetting people, but they can always click away if I start talking about heavy topics. But I do talk about some heavy stuff. Like my last stream was very heavy. It was about injustice, and in amongst it, I don't want to be upsetting people, but I do also want to be able to a bit of indigestion tonight. And tonight I've been talking about indigestion. But yeah, I'd like to chat to you, Happy Hermit. Audio chat or something, email or Happy Hermit says, Jessica, I have Instagram. That's about it. Well, I've got Instagram. We can audio chat or video chat on there. So I'll find you on there. That's it. Happy Hermit says the YouTube channel we're talking about is discussing is the Buddhist Society of Western Australia. And so Happy Hermit's in America. I think he's like in the Rockies at the moment. And it's awesome because I'm Aussie and he's talking about the Buddhist channel in Australia. So it's really cool. Jessica says I have to keep stepping away. I'll try and catch the next live stream so I can listen. Awesome. Where are you, Jessica? Like, are you in the States? Oh, I've got. I hope that's not coming through on the audio. I've got like this, like. It's like stomach's going. Brrr. It's like not burps or anything, but it's just like rumbling. It's like internal hiccups sound. It's weird. Jessica might have left already. Oh no, she might still be here. Jessica. I'm sorry, I was calling you Jessica and it's Jessica. I should spend more time like focusing on the reading. Yeah, I'm gonna do a live stream soon. I was planning on doing one tomorrow morning, and it's tomorrow morning now. So I don't think I'll be doing one tomorrow morning because I've already been on here for now 3 hours almost. The next one I'll be doing will be Sunday after that, which will be 6 p.m. Sunday night Australian time, which is early morning in America. So if you're in America, then it'll be a couple times. Sometimes I do midweek streams, and it's all random. It's whenever it's when I got time because I have limited time when I can do it, and it's also. But I always do a once a week Sunday night stream, but that's early morning America. Happy Home, it says, yeah, I love my motorhome, but it's the large American style. I had to get a larger one than I'd like due to having a dog. So you'd have a big truck for towing it. Oh, it's a motorhome. So it's like all in one, like a Winnebago. That's cool. So it's got a big like diesel engine and that's cool. Happy Hermit says, yeah, all the videos, the lives are only about an hour long. Yeah, I'll check them out. So I'll find their channel as well. Happy Hermit says, yeah, I had to start making sure I don't eat a few hours before bed or I get anxious as well as palpitations. There's also Discord if you want to make one here and have group chats. We could also, yeah, true. I'll find you on Instagram as well, Happy Hermit. Find me actually. Like my Instagram is on my YouTube bio. So add me on Instagram if you don't want to share your Instagram name on there. But then we can have an audio chat if you want to have a phone call. And I have thought about the Discord, and like I'm just taking time with that because I've just got so much going on at the moment with family commitments and stuff. I don't want to take too much on, so I'm just doing streams when I can, and eventually get around to that. But I used to have Discord. I'll get it again, and I'll find you on there as well. I've got, like you're saying, I've got Gord, like and I haven't had my tablets for a few days. So I've had the stomach pain and the like I haven't had food today that's caused indigestion, but I can't like I have to like I can't eat two. I have to wait 2 hours before bed if I've eaten. But that's what's been troubling me in the last little while. It's just Happy Hermit says, yeah, put a collection of channels that helped us like frequent. Yeah, exactly. Well, I've also got the community on YouTube. I've got my community panel, and I'll put stuff up on there. So I'm going to start putting more on the community. The community aspect on YouTube, it is similar to a Discord. It's just limited. So you can have comment threads and links and things like that. You can't share files and stuff, but it's YouTube, so it's very limited. But just check my channel for that. Are you sure it's here? How you going? Are you sure? Oh, I missed the beginning. Yeah, well, hopefully you go back through. It's been a really interesting chat tonight. Watch it again tomorrow or something. Started off like I was just talking about lucid dreaming and how I learned about it and how I discovered it and how I used it to overcome nightmares. Happy Hermit says, yeah, it's a motorhome and I have a Land Cruiser I tow behind us. You tow a Land Cruiser behind your motorhome. There must be like a powerful engine because Land Cruiser, mate. What, like an old school Land Cruiser? Like, that's awesome. And what, you put it up on like so the back wheels are cruising along? Happy Hermit says, I can create a Discord if you like. I create one for the BSWA. I'm a member there. So easy, yeah. Yeah, if you have GERD, it's a long time. I recommend omeprazole once a day. Yeah, I'm on pretty much the same stuff. It's pantoprazole, which is I think the same stuff. And I just haven't had it for a while, so it's just kicking back in again. There you go. Added you on Instagram. Awesome. While I'm doing the stream, I'm going to go follow you back. There you go. Yeah, well, sometime in the next couple of weeks, Happy Hermit will have an audio chat or a video chat through Instagram. Awesome. It's a 1996 Land Cruiser. That's like from the like classic era of Land Cruisers. H said J77. I got like a Hilux RZN 169R, which is like the 2000 model. Yeah, you got it from mine's a Japan-made Toyota as well. They're because they assembled a lot of Land Cruisers in America as well, but like that's a Japan one. It's like those 96 Land Cruisers, probably like from their best of everything, best parts, rugged, everything lasts forever. And it's they started getting heavier and heavier too later on, with when they started adding more stuff. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you have the same cruisers. Yeah, the same cruisers you have there. It's the 70 series. I love the Hilux. We don't get cool SUVs here anymore, so I had to import one. I'll show you pictures. Awesome. Yeah, that sounds awesome, dude. And so you're fully mobile. You've got the motorhome, plus you've got like an all-terrain, like one of the best like four-wheel drives you can get, and comfortable as well. So we're just talking about whatever now. Are you sure if you're still here? Like, it's been a chat about lots of things. Now we're talking about Toyotas. I got a sad story with like I crashed my last Toyota. Um, and I love that vehicle. I had such a connection with it. It was like, and this, um, I don't like. I've been sort of haven't been able to get around much lately. I'm starting to slowly, get a connection with this new one, and it's the same model, same year, same model. It's just got a canopy on the back, but the old one had like a tonneau cover, and man, the stuff I used to be able to throw in the back of that, like plant material, green waste, and like rubbish, piled up with like gravel and sand, cement, bags of cement, timber. I didn't have racks on it, so I couldn't carry long timber. But all the other stuff, I've got all these like not videos, I got photos of it just piled up, and like, yeah, many times had it running on the where it's like weighed down so much it's on the almost touching the rubber guards, like it's on its limit. Happy Home, it says it's the ZX model with front and rear lockers as well. It's all done up. So sorry I derailed the discussion. Oh no, it's all right, man. I just love Toyotas. Yeah, like um, my last Ute was something that was really connected to me, and I'm just glad I've got another one. And the last one was in such good condition. This new one's got a bit more rust issues, but not in the body. Just you know, nothing major. Like I used to use the for work, and the tray was like I was using it so much that the tray was always shiny from all the shovel work and scratching. It never rusted up because it was always being like sandpapered by like, and I had a tonneau cover, so it kept the thing from rusting. It's good. This thing that is where you are, the overland landing community is so strong, and you can build up nicely for cheap, and it will run forever. Put a small solar panel on top and keep the battery bank inside. Yeah, I've only got the single battery, and one downside with Toyotas in Australia, though, Happy Hermit, is because of the rock crawling community in America, people buy all the Hilux wrecks and they pull them apart and send all the axles and stuff. So some parts are really hard to get now. It used to be every part you could get of everything, and now it's starting to change. Just because it's they're exporting Hilux parts to America now. Yeah, that's what my mechanic told me. Because he said, certain parts you'll have troubles getting, or if you do, you'll pay a lot for it. Whereas, like, only a few years ago, they were like you'd buy an axle for $100 or a couple of $100, and now they're like big money. Yeah, it's interesting. It's it's good. We can talk about Toyotas for a bit. We've been talking about lucid dreaming for a couple of hours, so we can talk about Toyotas for a bit. Yeah. Also, our trucks 24 volts, so that makes it hard sometimes, especially here. Yeah. Yeah, because you've got an import model which should be 12 volt. So that would make it difficult. You either have to change out all the electronics. Um, Alex says, I got a Toyota, love them. Awesome, Alex. Yeah, love the Toyotas. You'll see Happy Hermit. Now you're on my Instagram. You'll see, like, I put bat stickers all over my Hilux a year ago, and it was like the Batmobile for a couple of weeks. So there's photos of that on my Instagram. Alex says, "Yeah, I got a Toyota, love them. That's awesome." So they're they're the best vehicles. They last forever. Their quality. Um, it's a good combination of, like, they're not super comfortable, but they're comfortable enough. Things don't break on them. If you service them, you change the oil and filters. They last. They're really good. Happy Hermit says mine's still 24. I'm going to keep it original. So I thought you got an imported model from Japan. Did they? I didn't realize the Japanese models were 24 volt. I thought they'd be 12 volt. Oh, so it was an American bought. No, you said you imported it. I'm confused. Anyway, but um, even then, if you have to change all the wiring and stuff, they're designed in a way that they're to be fixed. Like even the one thing about the Hilux is changing the oil, changing like the oil filter is the worst. I always get covered in oil and like um I scratch myself getting up into the cavity. Like they could have made that better. But at least they made it like difficult to get to as far as people can't mess with it. So the only problem I had with um like I had wear and tear, like I had to change a few things. On my first Hilux, I had to do some front end work. And then the second Hilux I got, they just rebuilt the front end. So it's got all new ball joints. So that's really good. Um, and it's that 4-cylinder petrol engine, it's that 2.7 liter. It's good. Happy Hermit says I bought a Fumoto valve, replaced the drain plug, and I have a tube I attach. So you just turn the valve and it drains. You can get them for about $20. It's the biggest pain in the fuel filters for me. Yeah, that's it. That's a good idea. I've seen those valves for the sump. Um, you know, I'll think about getting one of them. So it's the same thing for the Land Cruiser. The fuel filters are hard to get to, and yeah, that's it. Same engine. Yeah, made to just last. That's awesome, eh? Happy Hermit, Alex, and me all got the same. We got Toyotas, the Yodas. Even like Star Wars, like Yoda, Toyota. That's what they originally were, Toyota, before they changed their name. And they started off making pianos. How's that? They started off making pianos and then they made cars. Happy Hermit says mine is non-turbo. Yeah, that's good because then you're not gonna engine's gonna last longer. If you want to be good for the environment and like save the planet, drive an old vehicle and don't drive it everywhere. Like limit your kilometers to like a reasonable amount, and you're doing the best thing for the environment because you're keeping a good quality, well made old vehicle running. The amount of energy that goes into making new vehicles is so much, and so it should be respected to keep good quality vehicles running. Have you seen the new Hilux too? They're making in Thailand, the Hilux Champ they call it, and it's like cost $15,000 or $10,000 or $15,000. It's awesome. It's like a no frills at all Toyota Champ, and they got the Toyota. It's not called the Land Cruiser. They've got two models, and it's awesome. Check it out on YouTube. Toyota Champ, Toyota Hilux Champ. They're not going to sell it in Australia, and everyone's pissed off because we want this vehicle here. We should be making this vehicle in Australia. You know, it's no frills. It's like it still carries a ton. It still carries a ton, and it's like it's gonna last. It's like a classic Toyota, no frills. So they're still making them. That's so true. I only use it maybe twice a week for shopping and taking my dog to the park. Yeah, Australia has a new 70 series cruiser as well. Yeah, that's it. They do, and they're really expensive. So like to buy a new Land Cruiser in Australia is very expensive, but they do last. You know, so they're good investments as far as that. That's it. Like anyone who's like watched auto channels on YouTube, you'd know Scotty's channel with his Celica. He's always talking about how good Toyotas are because they last. uh, yeah, Scotty Kilmer. He's a classic. I learned how to do stuff with my car with watching his channels, with his channel like years ago. I was like, how to do this, And then I found other Toyota channels that were like more detailed. But he was a good start. He's a classic. Happy Hammer says, I swear to you, he used to live like 3 minutes from my neighborhood before he moved. Classic. So he used to like drive past his house and he'd have like cars sitting out the front of the road. Oh, Curly's here. How you going, Curly, brother? Good to see you here. Like, yeah, man. We're talking about Toyotas right at the moment. But like tonight's stream has been like epic. Been talking about lucid dreaming and how you can like do it, how you can use lucid dreaming to get rid of nightmares and help with trauma. So like go back and watch the replay to Curly and then like enjoy what we're chatting about now. We're talking about how good old Toyotas are. But yeah, man, that's classic. Like Scotty is a classic character. Totally. Good on him for like making money off YouTube. And he had 40 years of like being a mechanic before he did that. Like my whole thing's the opposite. I don't want to make a cent off YouTube. I just want to do it for the people. So I'm starting it. I've learned mindfulness, and I'm like I want to start a business with mindfulness, and I'm going to do that with people in my local area, and I'm just going to give anything I do with mindfulness. I'm going to give it away for free. So I don't know if Curly's just disappeared. Maybe when I said that, he just went back and started watching it from the beginning, hopefully. Curly's cool. He's a legend. And maybe he's back. That happens too with live streams. You drop out and stuff like that. Hopefully he's still here. Curly often has some really good input and comments. Or always does, you know. I appreciate everyone who comes to this channel and we chat. But yeah, Scotty certainly is a character. Noah's here. Noah. Oh, you made me smile. Look at this. You made me smile like big time. I've got to keep the stream going now. I've got to keep it going. Totally got to keep the stream going now. Watch the candles. They started off up here when I've gone through like the old candles and I put new candles in, and now these are the second candles, and they're almost off screen. Noah says, I made it here. Hi, Luke. Hi, everyone. Miss you, Luke. Well, I miss you too, Noah. How are you? Love the candles. Yeah, I'm good. I had a really good stream tonight. Like I talked about lucid dreaming and how I learned how to do it. And I did disclaimers saying don't necessarily do this yourself because it's stuff. The funny thing is I learned how to do this stuff and then I found out later other people do the same thing. So it was really good to actually talk about the lucid dreaming and how to get rid of nightmares, being able to control your dreams when you have nightmares. So that's why I like I really appreciate being able to talk about. Yeah, that's it. We have lucid dreams. Were they good though? Well, that's a really good question, Noah, because they're not always good. That's the thing, So I think that's the barrier between a good dream and a nightmare. And then the lucid dream could be anywhere in between. So like it's what you learn from it, That's the big thing. Noah says nightmares. I never mind. I don't like when I get those. Neither do I. That's why like I sought over time to learn how to do it. And it really helped me. I mean, this stream's been going for 3 hours, so that's like I need to go. I do need to do another toilet break. So no one, you just got here. Please stay here. Give me like 2 minutes to go to the toilet. And we were talking about Toyotas. Have you got a Toyota, Noah? Alex has got a Toyota as well, and so does Happy Home. We were talking about Toyotas. after all the talk about lucid dreaming and stuff like that, and we talked about Buddhist retreats. We talked about that stuff as well. It's been a really, really awesome chat tonight. I'm so, it's 5:34 a.m. in the morning. The morning birds are calling. I wish I could have a microphone outside so you could hear them all. But yeah, just give me 2 minutes. I'll go to the toilet and I'll come back and we'll keep chatting. I'm back. You're right, Happy Hermit. I need to have taken my GERD medication. Pantoprazole is what the stuff I take. It's the same. I'm pretty sure it's the exact same stuff as what you take. Baby Stag's here as well. And Are You Sure is still here. Noah's here. Awesome. Curly's still here. I know Curly might have gone, but Curly was here before. I just need to take a breath because I've just been running around, going to the toilet. Not that you run around when you go to the toilet, but I was rushing around. I'll take a minute to just calm. Um, 3 hour, 3 hours toilet. Red Rose is in the toilet countdown. That's it. Red Rose has taken. She told me she's taken a break from the internet for a little while. So I don't know if she wanted me to tell everyone that, but she's just taken a break for a while. So if everyone wonders where she is, that's where. Um, she's just having a break, and she's good. Everything's good. She's just, and I've been the same myself. I've been trying to be on the internet a bit less. But Red Rose is awesome. She sent me she sent me in the mail some of her poetry. How cool is that? You know. Are sure says funny. Noah says, "Hey, are you sure? How are you? Are you sure?" Says hi, Noah, with the handshake, with the wavy hand. Noah says, "I hope you're good. Are you sure?" Baby Stay says, "Hey fam, miss you all. Hoping everybody having a great healing properly." Yeah, we are. Catch up on the replay, Baby Stag. It's all about lucid dreaming and how I learned how to do it by trial and error over many years, and how I used lucid dreaming to get rid of nightmares. And I actually talk about some really cool dreams I had. So I know that you'd love that stuff. Noah says, "Hey, Baby Stag. I hope you're great too." Baby Stag says, "You okay, baby? Just got in. Thought you're frozen by the screen. Lol. I was about to leave when you came in." Yeah, no, I was off to the toilet. I was off. Yeah, I'm back, and it's like 5:41 in the morning. The sun is rising. The sun has risen. The sun rises here now at the moment at 5:56 or 5:57 in the morning. So it's hot enough now that there's light in the sky, but my room is dark, so the candles are still perfect. It still creates perfect ambiance. Um, Baby Steak says, "Hey Noah Small, I'm great, baby. Hope the same for you as well." Noah says, "Yep, good here." Curly says, "I'm back. I have Toyota. It's fun to drive." Curly drives a Toyota as well. Tacoma, you got the taco. Awesome. I got a Hilux, so we're like brothers. And Alex has got a Toyota, and so does Happy Hermit. He's got a Land Cruiser, so it's like we're all Toyotas. Yoda, it's the Yodas. Started off talking about like lucid dreaming and stuff, and then we got on to Toyotas. But how cool is that? Noah says, "Hi Curly. I might have learned stick shaft on a Toyota too." There you go. Toyota transmissions are the best transmissions there are. I tell you what, I actually destroyed a Toyota transmission myself. I can tell you that. I'm embarrassed. I remember it so clearly. It's an embarrassing story I'm telling you right now. I was driving down to a set of lights. Well, I didn't destroy the transmission. I just like broke the synchro gears, so it wasn't like a full rebuild. You know, if you've seen Breaking Bad, you know Jesse's car, the Toyota Tercel. That was our old family car. We had one of them, and I used to drive it. And I was driving down to the set of lights, and I was like 19, 20 at the time, and I was really angry at the time. I was frustrated and angry. And I was driving down to the lights because I was on the way to work, and I was really unhappy about some stuff. And I was so angry. I was driving down to the lights, and instead of putting it into, I was in fourth. Instead of putting in the third, I put it into reverse, and it just stripped the whole. Most embarrassing thing driving a vehicle ever, besides crashing a vehicle. Sorry, I've got hiccups. I really should have taken my. I ran out of my tablets. My gourd. They call it gourd here as well. It's gourd. Oh, hiccups are the worst. I'll get rid of the hiccups. Everyone has a different way to get rid of hiccups. My trick is when you hiccup, you breathe out. Hold your breath. Hiccup again. Hiccup again. Hiccup again. I breathed in, but I've got to do it again. No, it's still going. I still got the hiccups, but sometimes you just can't get rid of them. Other times I do just breathing. Hiccups are gone. I sneezed and the hiccups are gone. How good's that? But everyone has a different way to get rid of hiccups. And my method is when you hiccup, breathe out and hold your breath. And then you hiccup again, you breathe out and you hold your breath. No, you don't breathe. Yeah, you breathe out, you don't breathe in, you breathe out, you hold your breath. Hiccup again, keep doing it. It worked. Eventually I sneezed, and sneezing is a like an automatic thing, because like everything goes out of whack. Because I'm learning all this stuff now. I've been reading books on um, well, it hasn't gone into detail with this stuff, but it is talking about nerves and stuff. But I'm understanding how they're all connected, and so your nasal nerves, and then your throat nerves, and then like your lungs, when they get all out of whack, they just need to just calm down. And so they're all off on different like things going off like this, and that's where you get the hiccups, because there are one thing's here, one thing's here, one thing's here, and then it's just like it needs to go back to the, you know what I'm saying. Baby Steak says always Noah Schmore. Okay, sounds interesting. It's 2:46 p.m. on my side. Love the candles. Thank you. They're my last. I know I have 2 half candles left. These were the last full candles. So I love them too. I love candles. I love sitting by candlelight, and so good. Yeah. Noah says he ambience. It's lovely. I've never seen your candles like it. Oh yeah, totally. I'll show you these. These are my candle holders. That's one of them. That's another one. They're different, so they're special. Look at that, love heart. Now I can move them around and like even create the ambiance. How cool is that? Look, as I spin them around, you get different. Like, I love, like, one of my favorite things was just at the end of a stressful day, sit back and put the candles on and listen to music, and just, I used to, smoke a joint. I don't do that anymore. Um, and I used to drink red wine. I don't do that anymore. But I used to love doing those 3 things: red wine, candles, joint, and music. 4 things. I'm happy to just have the candles these days. Baby Stag says, I love the candles. It's 12:44 p.m. here. Yeah, that's it. It's the opposite. You're like midday. Noah says, oh, I just finished my walk. That's awesome. Oh, Luke. Did it ruin your transmission? I don't know, but that's it. I did get told that. No, I don't know. My hiccups gone. It worked. Noah says omeprazole. Yeah, it's the same thing. That's what Happy Hermit said. He's said the same thing. It's the same thing, I think. I take that when I take that prednisone, keeps my chest okay. Yeah, I haven't had it for like a week or two, and it's just gotten worse. It's only because I haven't seen, like, I had scripts for it, and then I haven't gone. I lost my script, and I haven't had the money to go to the doctor to get a script again because I lost my script. Like, it was a repeat. I don't know how it works in America, but like, if you don't, once you get your script and then you lose your bit of paper, you got to go back to the doctor again to get your script. Even for something as simple as that, you know. Baby Stag says, I love when they shape differently, all the colors. Diz, that's awesome. Can create. When they smell beautiful and eatable, they're my most favorite. Yeah, my soul food, never far behind. Yeah, that's it. Candles are so good. Baby Stag, you know, you know it. You know it. Noah says, me too. Baby Stag. Are you sure? Says, boo. That's it. That didn't actually work for this. I was too late reading that. That might have worked for the hiccups. That's what it was. Are you sure was trying to get rid of my hiccups? It's certainly gone now, but like, that would have worked. That boo boo works for like getting rid of hiccups. It does work. There's so many different ways. The other way, you know how I said breathe out? The other way to get rid of hiccups is a hiccup and breathe in, and then hiccup, hiccup again, breathe in, hiccup again, breathe in, and just keep doing it until the hiccups, and eventually and it was Halloween too. It's only just over Halloween, so like, there was a bit of boo there for the Halloween. Baby Stag's got the loving it with the emojis. Noah says, yeah, Luke, some scaring you like boo. It's supposed to take the hiccups away. Totally. Are you sure? Says, yeah, scare me would work. Yeah, it does. It does work for me too. Especially if like it's done really well. If they really do it, if they're like, like intensely like do the scare, like it just shocks you out of it. No, it's like, are you sure? With the ghosty. Baby Stag says vintage candle holders. Yes, love it. I'm in love. Love the vintage, everything. Awesome. I love these. They're beautiful. They're and I love how they're both different. And so one is like a slightly different height to the other. So sometimes I have to like light one of them first, and then the other one finishes they're different. They end at different times. It's a big thing for me. Like I'll be sitting here listening to music, and then like this one will go out, and then like I'll be like, oh, I have to put another candle on, like because even when you light them at the same time, like because they're slightly different height. So sometimes what I'll do is the one that's higher, I'll actually light it earlier, so they both burn at even times. But even then, when it gets down to the bottom, because they're at different base level heights, they still go out at different times. So I love it. It's like it's part of it all. Curly says, I have a sneeze. Yeah, that's it. Well, that's what happened to me. I sneezed, and that just it cured it. As soon as I sneezed, it was gone. Noah says, baby stag, yes, vintage, beautiful. My newest ones are crow's feet. Love them. It's creepy cool. Kelly says, wonder if I'll start hiccuping. I hope you don't start hiccuping. Don't blame me. Well, if you do start hiccuping, like I'll try and do a like a boo. I don't know. How could that work? Like I could say, Curly, look at the screen, look at me, and then I'll be like this. That's the only way it can work. But it could work that way. It could actually work that way. Noah says, yeah, if you sneeze, Curly, bless you. Curly says, I didn't sneeze, but thank you. Baby Stack says, lol, different. No, but it's feel what you love, how others feel with all the love emojis. Noah says, Luke, yeah, I hate it that I have to see the doctor again. Oh, for refills. You got one more, or is it hopefully it's the last one? You said you had a couple you had to do, so they make monkeys though, I guess. Money, not monkeys. They make monies. They do. And they make you better. They make you better. It's not easy. I was in hospital this year I had a bleeding stomach, and like I was really thankful for the doctors. And then I had to go in to get an endoscopy. It's nothing what you had to go through in the last few weeks. And it's painful. It's never fun. And Noah says, baby stag, it really looks like a chicken feet. It was Target's creepy collection. My brothers don't like it, but it's cute to me. I've actually seen the chicken feet candle holders. They look really cool. So you got some really cool candle holders. I've seen them. Noah says, are you sure? Sometimes here they do refill online, but I guess it depends on prescription. Baby Steaks says, I ain't for them. They don't have to like them as long as you love them. With the happy emoji, lubby emojis. Not chicken feet, man. Laughing. Now I'm even seeing chicken feet. But they're like this. They're like literally like that, with the candle sticking out the top. Noah says, Luke Johnson, I like the candles, but I really can't see you. If I, it's not the same, is it? Maybe I'll sit a little bit closer. And I look different under candlelight. Maybe I'll move the candles. There we go. Look at that. That's cool. Look at that. We've got lens flare. Look at that. That's cool. Wow. I'm having fun with this. I'm moving one candle, doing this one. What does this one do? This one's, oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm seeing that one. So we go, let's do both at the same time. Look at that. Candle action. It's like we're in a nightclub. We've got a light show going on. How cool is that? Wait, here we go. We'll find the sweet spot. It's like dawn. It's like, hey, here we go. Here we go. It's like just before dawn. Sun's rising. Here we go. Sun's rising. There we go. How cool is that? I'm having fun. See the smile on my face? That's cool. We'll get this one dialed in. There we go. I think we found the sweet spot. There we go. Look at that. We got this one doing this thing here, and then got this one doing. Yeah. How cool is that? Baby stag. Noah says, baby stag. Yes, thank you so much. That's the way I feel too. Don't go to their house and judge, lol. That's it. You can't judge other people's candle holders. That's rude. It's their own personal stuff, right? Baby stag says, right? Exactly. No, it's like, yeah, right back at you. With the, I'm trying to describe the emoji. It's like the love emoji. How's that? When I said love, did you notice the candle just went flickered? That was pretty amazing. That's the other thing I love about candles. Like when you're in a room and there's candles and you speak and they just like dance and stuff. Are you sure? Says, I'm sure we could start a yawning wave. It's contagious. Totally. I don't want to do it because if I do, I've got to like it's. I'm close to going to sleep. I usually go to sleep around like 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. So if I started yawning, I'll start yawning, and it's like afternoon for you. So that's classic. No, I was like, yawn. Look what you did. You, are you sure? Noah says, Luke Johnson, here you candle action. Totally. Look at where I've got them. They're in the perfect spot right now. I've got like this like halo around me. And it's like it's pretty cool. Michaela's here. How you going, Michaela? Good to see you back again. Michaela says, hello, nice to see you smile. Thank you. It's been a really nice awesome live stream tonight. Like it's been awesome. I've like talked about some cool stuff, and then we've just talked about some random stuff, which is cool. We talked about like driving Toyotas. Have you ever driven a Toyota? Everyone here's driven Toyotas and stuff. I've got a Toyota. But, that's just what we started talking about. Yeah, that's it. Michaela says I currently drive a Toyota. We love them. That's awesome, Michaela. And thank you for saying that comment. It's nice to see you smile. It's nice. Yeah, I love smiling. I always smile. Like this is what I love about doing these live streams. It makes me smile. The love and the friendship is always what makes me happy, and I get so much from it. Noah says it's good, right? Says Michaela Holiday to Michaela. Baby Stag says I love playing with y'all. Lol, you're down to earth, my kind of peeps. That's it. We love it. We do. I love that. Michaela says, and now shadow puppets. Oh, totally. I did that before. I was doing that before. See, like you can't. I'll change the candles. I can do almost shadow puppets. See how like there is shadows in the background. You can see my hand. So if I change where the candles are, I could actually do that. But at the moment, I like this like bizarre like lens flare-y stuff. Like, look at this triangle thing up here, like this thing. Wait, where is it? There. There. That thing. How cool is that? It's like a Sharpie or a highlighter. Look at this. Oh, there's some cool lens flare there. It's got some color in it. It's pinks and like not purple, but it's like a peach color. And the other one's disappeared. There we go. I actually have a video on YouTube where I had fun playing with candles and and making sound with it. Um, and what I did was is I had the camera with a radio, and the radio was tuned in. You know how radios pick up radio signals? The radio was tuned into the camera. So wherever the camera was looking at, it was making sound. And I was moving the candles around. It was like, yeah, it was fun. It's probably like my least watched video on my whole channel, but it was like experimental fun. But I did a lot of that stuff where I connected electronics to radios and like listened into the sound of the electronics. Baby Stag's laughing, eh? That's awesome. Noah says Luke Johnson candle sweet spot. That's it. I had the sweet. I think I've got a sweet spot at the moment too. Here we go. I'll find it again. Baby Stags says, "Love you down to earth ways so much." Thank you so. Like, love you too. Like, thank you so much for your stuff. Like, we have such good chats, everyone. And you know, I love your energy, Baby Stag, and you know how much you care for us all. Noah's Noah's having fun. Baby Stag says, "No, moi, sweetheart." Wink. Noah says, "What? Why? We're not supposed to be emojis." Yeah, I know. I said I was going to stop reading emojis a while ago because I was reading emojis constantly. Michaela says, "I currently drive Toyota." I'm just catching up because I read that one earlier. Baby Stag says, "Yeah, he's trying to wean himself off them." I forgot because I've gone a minute. I'm trying to integrate the emojis. Noah says, "You're welcome, Luke. Have to watch the replay." Noah says, not Noah. Michaela says, "Camry." Yeah, Camry are awesome. Toyota Camrys are awesome. They're like the best like vehicle of all time. They're like the Corolla. Like they're like a Corolla. Um, with a little bit extra. Baby Stag. Oh no, Michaela says, "Baby Stag, you have a baby reindeer." Have you seen baby reindeer? Oh yeah, there you go. That would be beautiful. I've never seen. We have we have deer in Australia. We don't have reindeer, I don't think, but we do have deer. We do have wild deer, and that'd be amazing to see reindeer. I've seen wild deer in the bush, and it's pretty cool. The way they dance and they run off. Baby Stag says, "I can only do a bunny rabbit, a gator sigh." Haha. No one says, "But I love the emojis." Okay, I'll try, but I won't promise. No, do the emojis. I just won't read all of them. Keep doing the emojis. Don't stop the emojis. I just won't read all of them. That's the thing. That's like, it's difficult for me, like, because I want to read them all, but like, um, and I don't want to tell you what to do. I don't want to be like some moderator. I don't want to have a moderator or anything like that. So it's difficult. It's not easy being me, you know. I try. I'm just being me, right? But I love, even though I'll say like, I'm not going to read the emojis, and then I read the emojis, you know. So I love them. I keep saying I love the emojis. Don't stop it. Don't stop the emojis. Don't stop it. I just won't read every single one, but I'll keep moving the candles around. This is a bit like Lord of the Rings. I'll be like, can you read the fiery words there, Frodo? Have you been to Mordor? Frodo says, yes, I've been to Mordor. You idiot. Now I'm going to the Grey Havens. We destroyed the ring. Where were you? Oh, I was off fighting a Balrog. And then I fought Saruman. Yeah, I fought Saruman. Where were you? Oh, yeah. I was busy, like, going through, like, the dead marshes and all that stuff. Had my hand chopped off by Smeagol. How was that? Oh, wasn't nice. So what happened to the ring? Oh, I tried to put it on. So you didn't actually take the ring to Mordor. You weren't going to save it. Oh, yeah, but I was going to save it. So what happened? Smeagol bit my hand off. So you tell me you went all that way, and Gollum was the one that saved you from, like, yeah, but I can't explain. That's my funny take on Lord of the Rings, because that, all so much stuff happens in it. Because obviously that's what happens. Frodo, like, gets to the end, and the eagles come rescue them. I haven't watched the movies ever since like, the extended editions came out. So it's been like 20 years since I watched the movies. So it's going to be an experience to watch them again. Yeah, me too, Bunny Rabbit and the Monster Eating Shadow. Baby Stag says, yes, all this little baby deer sneezed in my hands, like, all yo, all lol. Yet people in the place, they all house said as a blessed sign for them to sneeze on you. There you go. I never knew that. And so if a deer sneezes on your hand, that's a blessing or a blessed sign. Baby Steak says, yeah, so it was so small, cute, and playful with me, and I forgave it, but I cleaned my hands forever after. Being honest, dying laughing. Yeah, exactly. You're like, oh, I'm sure that was clean snot. That was very clean snot from the baby deer. All it was eating all the grass and stuff. It was like fresh nature. That was like nature sneeze, full of herbs and like natural herbs. It was probably like aromatherapy. Oh, that's awesome. Um, that was an experience, and you got to like I totally imagine that getting sneezed on. You're like, whoa. You're like, oh, what do I do? I've just been bloody sneezed on by a bloody. But you're blessed. That was a blessing. Baby Reindeer is a thriller drama on Netflix. I'm sorry I confused everyone. That's all right. Um, Michaela, is it worth watching? I haven't been on Netflix for a while, and I don't know what to watch. I haven't watched any like dramas or TV shows for so long. So anything that's worth watching is good to watch. Um, Baby Stag says with the laugh, and I cried. I didn't tell anybody. Rolling low. Yeah, that would have been an experience. I got sneezed on by a baby reindeer. I wonder what the baby reindeer thought. Whether it felt like self-conscious or not. It's like, oh, what do I do now? I just sneezed on this woman's hand. Do I just like continue on, or do I like, because what can they do? They that's what they do. I like. I'm sure I've seen like nature videos where you see them sneezing and stuff. It's part of that because they eat, because they're always like eating stuff off of the ground, so they're going to get like all this pollen and like stuff in their nose, so they're going to sneeze all the time. They can't help it. It's part of being a deer is to sneeze. That should be on a t-shirt. It's part of being a deer to sneeze. Baby stags. I never heard of it. I love movies, so I'll look it up when I leave here. My fault. Baby stag says yes, Mr. Luke. KMSL. I don't know what that means, but like I'll look that up too. Noah says Smeagol is good. Baby stag, you like it. Its ears are precious. Yeah, like that's it. When you once you read Lord of the Rings a few times, like he, and even in the movies they show it, like he's like a victim, and he actually, yeah, he inadvertently helps bring balance through the way his own um, need for the ring. Like Frodo's trying to destroy the ring. This is the very end of the story, and Frodo's trying to destroy the ring. Smeagol comes along to take it, and it just ends up that it's what destroys the ring, but it's really complex how it sort of makes you think about it for a lot afterwards, because um, he's he wants it for himself, but Frodo wants for himself to stop it for others. And so there's this sort of like reflection back and forth, and yeah, it's amazing. You know, you can empathize with Smeagol and Gollum as it being a allegory for misinterpretation in a way, because he essentially guides them along the way to get to that point, from the Hobbit. But like in Lord of the Rings especially, it's not until later in it when he sort of emerges. And if it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have got through all of this stuff to get through all this stuff to get through all this stuff to get through all this stuff, and then to finally get to the point where they could get the chance to get rid of the ring. You know, and it's his self-sacrifice that enables the ring to be destroyed. It's a really interesting aspect to it. Because he's trying to kill him along the way. He's trying to steal it the whole time and like kill him to take the ring. But inadvertently, he's guiding them to the point where they could actually have it. Actually, if it wasn't for him, they would never have got there. They would have been dead in the marshes. They would have been dead. Sheila, the goblins, or the orcs in the tower, everything. It's a very, very interesting aspect. Kayla says it was good, strange, based on a true story. Yeah. That's that deer. What's it called? The deer. Deer, baby reindeer. We'll look it up. I'll look it up. Are you sure? Says I recommend A Good Place on Netflix. I've heard that's worth watching. Michaela says that's a cute show. Noah says I just finished watching the Covenant by Guy Ritchie. I cried. It's cool. I come here to smile and feel good. That's good. We're smiling and feeling good. I'm smiling and feeling good. I love it when we have these chats and stuff. Like, it makes me smile. I hope. And this is like very Lord of the Rings, isn't it? Look at this. We're speaking of Lord of the Rings. I love that. I got to read that again. It's been so long. And I got to watch it again because it's been so long. So the Covenant is worth watching, Noah says, but it'll make you cry. Baby Steaks says, I don't like Lord of the Rings, baby. Star Wars either. I don't know why, but I just don't like them. I understand. it is heavy, and it is talking about some dark stuff. I can see why you don't like it. So no judgment there at all. Like both of them talk about the big stuff, like as far as like the cabal, the government, the empires, evil in the world, like the big stuff, and it's a big turn off. I totally see why you don't like them. So I totally understand that. Baby Stag says, no, so Noah says Baby Stag lol, same here, but I have 4 brothers, so she can't help it. That's it. She's seen them all. I mean, the original 3 Star Wars is really good, and then it went downhill after that. Noah's like drugs. Baby Stag says my babies loves them. I have kids, and they make me watch them all Star Wars. Probably why I don't like them, but I did watch them with my babies day long as hell, baby. Well, yeah, I understand that too. Like I grew up. I was born. Look, my name's Luke. Use the Force. I was born a year after the movie was released, but I'm sure my parents didn't name me after the movie. But everyone growing up, everyone was like, Luke, oh, your name's Luke. Use the Force. For like the first like 12, 13 years of my life, that's all I heard. Oh, your name's Luke. Use the Force. It's all I. Oh, totally. So, but like the first like big movie I saw in the cinemas was Return of the Jedi. I remember that. Um, you know what? In preschool, they played Star Wars to us in preschool, like on the TV screen. I was like thinking back, I'm like, isn't that a bit strange? Noah says, "Lol, what are your babies? What your babies will make you watch? I have no kids yet, but I'll probably do the same." Happy Hermit said, "It's sad that Tolkien wasn't around to see how loved his works are." Yeah, true. Although Happy Hermit, he got all those letters from all the fans, and he spent a lot of time reading and writing back to his fans, so he knew how much it was loved, but not on that greater scale, for sure. Noah says, "Yeah, Happy Hermit, I agree." Happy Hermit says, "Then again, a lot of great authors and artists aren't beloved until they're gone. It's sad that works." Yeah, true. It is very true, and it is sad. And it's even worse when they don't get any money at all too. Like they make no money off their works, and then like 50 or 100 years later, it's like massive. And Baby Steak says, "And my babies, and I'll do anything they need. Ask me to do. Loving asking wrong. It ain't wrong. They love 'em. My oldest loves Lord of the Rings, and my boy loves Star Wars. Yeah, it is like that." Happy Hermit says, "I strongly second The Good Place. A great show." Noah says yes. Happy Hammond. Noah says baby stag. Heard. Same. Baby stag says I love a good place with Kristen Bell. She's one of my favorite actresses. Noah says I watch a lot of Hallmark movies. Hallmark is, yeah, there you go. I never knew. I don't even know what Hallmark movies are. They, because I know they make the cards. What's Hallmark movies? Is that the production company or something? Noah says, Luke Johnson, you are the force. Look at this. Oh, I'm laughing. Totally. No, I'll stop that. Baby Stag says, Luke, I'm your father. Lol. That's it. Oh, and Graham Earl Jones died, which is very sad. He was a legend. James Earl Jones. No, I say Graham. He was a legend. That was only like a few weeks ago. Um, no, it says preschool. I think they read the poem to us called If. That's an interesting. Is it worth reading that poem? I don't remember much poems, but I do remember that one. Yeah, I'll look it up. Happy Hermit says Hallmark movies are like those cheesy. Oh yeah, yeah, sort of like the Hallmark cards, like the greeting cards. Movies straight to television you see on Lifetime Channel. Lol. Hey Shaw says I watched Otto and cried. Happy Hermit says they're fun to watch though. I watched one about a lawyer who was moved back in an old town and took over her relative's baking shop. It was cute. Noah says, lol, got the Force reenactment. I'm cracking up. That's it. I'm like the Emperor. With the bald head and everything. Or maybe I'm like Obi-Wan if I go like this. Wait. I can't do it. I'm trying to do a reenactment. No, I don't have anything. I thought I'd have something to do like that. But yeah, anyway, I'm getting carried away here. Nothing wrong with getting carried away, having a bit of fun. But yeah, that was fun doing the force lightning. Baby Stag says Hallmark music, romance, family, and kids. Baby, I love to watch them too. A few things you can watch with your kids when you're old school raising them. Yeah, that's it. It's good when there's actual good morals and movies and stuff like that. I'm gonna go to the toilet again. Look, this has been like a long stream. We're at 4 hours 40 minutes, so you got to excuse me for having to go to the toilet. It's like 6:43 too in the morning as well, which is good. It's been a good night to be able to do this. It's been really fun having this stream tonight, and this conversation has been really fun. I keep this. This is like a laminated picture of Tolkien I got when I was a kid. That's how much I loved his work. I keep it on my bookshelf. I'm smoking a pipe. I can see through my bookshelf my collection of books of his. Yeah. Maybe I'll read some of his poetry sometime. I love it. Love his poetry. Happy Hermit says, I love, oh, they're fun. I watch though. They're fun to watch though. I watched the one about the lawyer who moved back to Old Town, make his relatives. I've read that one. Um, yeah, the baking shop. It was cute. So it was a good one to watch. So maybe that's one to look out for. Maybe I'll look for them for my mum to watch. I'll look on Netflix for it. Baby Steak says Hallmark movies for romance, family, and kid-friendly. Baby, I love to watch them too. A few things you can watch with your kids when you're old school raising them. Yeah, that's it. Yes, I'm gonna miss him so much. He made a movie called Feast of All Saints. Tells the story of my people. If you're interested, Creole people. Yeah, totally. Someone put me onto um, a southern movie. I think it was set in Louisiana. Something, the beekeeper or something. I'll look it up. Can't find it. Here we go. Secret Life of Bees. Baby Stag. I don't know if it's set in Louisiana, but it's southern, and it's like there's a white girl who's like been abused or something, and then she runs off, and then um, she goes to a family, um, like it's awesome family. Like it's got Queen Latifah in it, and it's like family of like African American, like all just legend people that everyone is like so cultured and knowledgeable, and it shows you like um, how it sort of switches it, shows you how like well not switch. I don't even know if that's the right way to say anything, but like it shows you that um, the misconceptions that are shown in the South I don't even know what I'm saying. Um, I only watched the trailer, but it just shows how everyone is like a university professor in their knowledge, and like they're a wisdom holder of truth and knowledge. Beekeeper, yeah. It's worth it. I just saw the trailer for it and it looks really good. And it's like it's worth watching. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's hard for me to explain that stuff because I'm just like um, from another country, and I understand um, movie. You know how movies try and show something or try and explain something, and it's like people have misconceptions about how the way I see it. Um, everyone is wise, and people don't see that. And I think the movie's trying to show you that. Baby Stag says, "Are you talking about the movie with Jason Stamos? If that is so, movie was fire as hell. I watched it when it first dropped." No, I haven't. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe he's in it. Um, I really want to watch this movie now because I just love because it's all of these women and they all live in this like country house like and they're all so loving and wise and I don't know. Someone said to me to watch it, and I looked at it and I was like, yeah, I should watch this movie. It's like it's how every so often you get those movies. They don't necessarily make a lot of they don't make it. You know. I hope I didn't offend anyone the way I spoke just before. I don't even know how to explain those things. It's like the way that the trailer puts it. It's like it shows racism, and I don't know how to talk about that stuff without sounding rude. So I'm sorry if I've offended anyone. But I want to watch this movie because it looks really awesome. I says, yeah, Prime live right now. Hallmark looks like Christmas for the West Coast watcher. He used to say they're off outside doing things. Baby Steak says, I hope you like it. It's true, baby. So they are just some dark parts of North American history and they did to my people exactly. That's why I want to watch it because I want to try and understand and see what happened and how resilient and loving people are and like um, people's misconceptions about things. Baby Sag says typo about American history and what they did, my people, not North America. Baby Noah says, Baby Stag, really, those are deep that they keep my interest and share. Noah says, Beekeeper, yeah, I have the book and the Beekeeper's Apprentice was a good book. I liked it. So they made a movie about it. Baby Stag says, okay, I was confused for a second. Thanks for explaining. Are you talking about the movie with Jason Stamos? This movie with Forrest Hill? I watched it when it first dropped. I think it might be. I don't know. All I know, it's got Queen Latifah in it, and I just watched the trailer for it, and I saw it, and I thought I've got to watch this movie, and I want to watch it with my mum. It's like one of those movies I want to watch with my mum, so she'd love it. Noah says, Baby Stag, I think it's better you tell me which one to watch. Noah says, I'm really interested. Baby Stag says, yeah, I've seen it. That too. I love it. You talking about it. A movie with Queen Latifah. I can't think of that little white girl name, but I love her too. I can't think of her name. It's missing to me now. Yeah, I can't think of it too. I don't remember. It was in the thing because she was the lead actress. It was all about the little girl, but it was all about everyone. I think it's one of those movies where everyone's a character, everyone's a central character, even though it centers around the little girl. Everyone's just as important, you know. And I love movies like that. Baby Stag says, "What a pink Pepto Bismol house! I know what you're talking about." That's interesting. I'll look up what that means. It sounds like something. M. Hammond's here. I've seen you here before in the chat, M. Hammond. I think it's good to see you here. M. Hammond says hello. We're talking about movies and stuff at the moment. M. Hammond. Noah says, I don't think we've seen that one. Which one should we watch first, Baby Stag? Baby Stag says, it's okay, baby. I understand what you're saying. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Thank you. You're saying that to me. Yeah. It's hard for me to try and even talk. You know. Uh, yeah. it's so hard to say anything. I try and um, in the state I live, baby stag. In the state I live, um, we have a very painful, dark history, and it comes from colonialism, and um, there's a strong culture, and there is connection. People connect. But there's also this painful history. It's really difficult. I think about it all a lot, and what I inspired and I love is the love and culture that exists. So I see past the pain, and I see the authenticity, and um, the ability to not the the ability to not um, be positive. It's love and positivity. It's like these two candles right here. These are, you know, that's what it is. And people show it. They don't always show it. You get the opposite sometimes. And with people from um, different times, they can't help but show the opposite, and that's their problem. And all you can do is feel sorry for them because they can't see past that. because everyone else is showing love and light. Everyone's moving on. If your state in America is very much like my state in Australia. We were the last state in the colonial war that lasted 100 years against the indigenous population here. And it moved from our state into the central, like Northern Territory. And this happened around the time of the Civil War. And the only thing that stopped the indigenous population from fighting back and winning was the bullet. So the bullet was the technology, because they used to be able to the things that happen here. They used to fucking poison the fucking waterholes. There were massacres. And then there was the integration with the stolen generations, which happened in America as well. The natives, as well as African Americans. And this happened to white people as well, too. No one talks about the stolen generations of it. Happened to everyone. But it happened mostly in Australia to the indigenous population. They poisoned their water well. They fucking massacred them. And then they at the same time, I had them working as respected people within their industry. So they did all the best work. They
everything they applied their stuff to, they were the best at because it was their country. And then they just got segregated and moved off. Because it was all done in a certain way, no one knows who to blame for any of it. You can't blame the crown for everything, although they have a part in it. They have a big part in it. You can't blame all the businesses because there were honourable businesses that were actively employing and being honourable to people. But at the same time, there was all this fucked up shit going on, like massacres and yeah. And it's good. There's good things to talk about too, because there's um, there's healing going on, but it's hard because the families and the tribes and they or the communities don't always get along. And the same thing happens here as what happens in America with the mining companies and all that stuff. So it's not easy. But what I'm trying to say is that there is love and respect in some places, in a lot of places, but in some places more than others. And it's also recent. It's all a bit in the last 150 years when all this has gone on. So, I mean, it's been over that time, but most of it happened in that last 150 to 180 years. Sorry, that was bad. Um, um, I've it's I got a lot of pain for the guilt that we have here, and there's no way you can reconcile any of it, because it's like there's you can't. It's what inspires me, is to see the resilience and like the people doing things, and um, finding connections, but it is hard. It's still very difficult. There is this divide in some places. It's not here. Like, you don't see any of it in the city. We live in such a multicultural place that the sad thing is the indigenous population have been like outnumbered. So that it's almost like they don't exist compared to every other country, but they get a lot of opportunity, and they work hard to be part of the community. And then out in the country towns, there's a lot of pain, because it's like you know, it was only their granddaddy or their grandmother or their cousin or their brother or their sister or whatever that still was involved in something. Um, and that doesn't it. Mining companies and pastoral companies. But there was a time when they all worked along together aside and respected and loved each other. They were the most like, and then, as the things went along, things changed. So It's the saddest thing when you don't get to connect. And that's what I love about connecting here, is just connecting with people in general. And I did get upset because I didn't know how to talk about a topic, because I knew how much it was sensitive to and it's very similar here, that there is connection, and there is a misconception or a perception that things exist a certain way, and they're not necessarily that way, but in some places they are. But it's not as bad. Um, it's just so much pain. Um, it's such a difficult thing, because for that whole time you had this respect and honor and understanding between and then at the same time you had all this fucked up horrible shit going on. So it's really hard to try and understand how, and there's no one you can put the blame on, because it came from different areas. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. I had a moment then. And this is something that's I've experienced my whole life. That's I don't want to upset anyone. Um, um, thing, things are pretty good in general, and things are getting better. And
But yeah, there's a lot of pain and guilt for what happened here. Um, M. Hammond says bringing love and light. About to do some guided meditation yesterday. It was lovely. I felt hands, mind, nourish more. Curly's back again. We're still here. It's good to see you here, Curly. I got to go for a ride in my Toyota. Thanks for that. That's awesome. That's awesome. Baby Stag. Noah says, Baby Stag, love you a lot. Baby Stags, let's love you. Love you more, babies. Noah says, M. Hammond, love and light. Thank you for the reminder. Noah says, wonderful ride, Curly. See you soon. And Hammond says, yes, I've seen me. I can watch movies at the moment. All I can seem to do is meditate. That's it. I went through a long time myself where I still can't watch movies and stuff at the moment. It's too much for me to watch movies. It's hard for me to like sit through them. So um, I understand that, and you know, I'll be able to get back to watching that, and that's why I love watching, like hearing about these, getting advice to watch good stuff. Wishing you all the best positivity and light we all need. Noah says meditation is good. Am Hammond, thanks for the reminder. Baby Steak says, off the top of my head, want to say her name is Dakota Fanning. That's it. That's the um, actresses in the Beekeeper. I've got to see this movie Beekeeper now, and this other one you're talking about. M. Hammond says, Noah Small, if it sure is the only thing I feel able when I feel so lonely and hurt, it helps so much. Yeah, meditation is a really good thing. Noah says, M. Hammond, I understand because I feel the same. Glad you made me feel okay. Thank you so much. Baby Steak says, don't say more. No more, baby. I already know what you're saying, but you're going to get in trouble if you talk about it. I respect you wanting to talk through, understand what you're saying. I promise. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, baby Stag. I just couldn't help but talk about this stuff. We got a lot of pain in this our history here. No, small. Bam Hammond says, no, small. You'll be okay. Universe has you. Luke. M. Hammond says, Luke, your love, sending you love from Wimbledon. Thank you, M. Hammond. Baby Stag says, hashtag right. Are you sure? Says Canada too. Baby Stag says, it's okay, baby. I mean, it ain't all but not everyone bad. That's exactly. Thank you. Yeah, that's it. I understand. You're not ready mentally for this, and I mean, they're messing with you. Leave it, baby. Please, love so much for being honest. I'm sorry. I wish I was reading this comment. I would have stopped, but I couldn't.
take deep breaths and remind. I'll do that right now. Remind your center. Okay, safe place. I do. I've got safe places. I've got my safe tree and my spot I watch the sunset. In my safe places. Does not need to be spoke. I'm even proud of. Remember, raised you this way. Thank you. My parents taught me how to be impartial and to look for justice. Pure heart is what, in my own opinion, name you from now on. I can name you. Thank you, baby stag. Being indigenous is a princess, my tribe. Have that right. I knew when when I first seen you, I carried this heart. Well, they try turn you and break you. Never all, whatever. Are you sure says thank you, Luke, for opening up today. My heart, silent thoughts. Yeah, listen to Baby Stag. Yes, I am listening. Cry with Baby Stag. Says no. Baby Stag says more to you all. You're all loved by me, never doubted ever. Thank you, Baby Stag. Noah says, Baby Stag, you're loved. Baby Stags, got the hearts. Baby Stag says, I never meant to upset you over it, truly. No, you didn't. This is just pain that was there. And I have difficulties talking about it. When I started, I just didn't know how to speak, and then I had to talk about pain that we have here. Because it's every country has this stuff, Every country has its own trauma within its culture, and it's yeah, it's hard because you just no, it says, baby stay, you didn't. Enlightenment is good for us, just my opinion. Thank you so much. Sorry for your kindness. No, it says I cry when you cry, Luke. I'm sorry. It's healing crying, though. It's healing. So I hope it's maybe say got wind of this spinning. Someone's watching us and either reported or was watching from it Sorry, baby, I'll leave if you wish. No, don't leave. It's gonna start and then bad now for you. No, it's not. No, it's we got protection. We got a protection of like healing around us. So don't be afraid, baby stag. Please. You know, it is going it is a needs to be talked about. However, I want to cause harm, no problems. Fam, no, you're. Noah says, baby stag, you're okay. Or you're positive doesn't harm. No, that's it. No, she's worried. She's worried that it's like causing the too much. No, but it's good. This is healing. We need to, you know. Look, I know that if any Indigenous people saw me cry tonight, they would be healing from that, knowing that someone can be there with them for their pain. So, but your baby steak says it shouldn't. Yeah, it does when they don't want it spoken of the world awakened. That's true. We just had a thing go around the country in Australia where it's like Indigenous people getting to speak all their pain in forums, which is really good. Noah says Luke Johnson, healing crying is good, but massacre runs because it's not waterproof. Mascara. That's it. And you know what? I used to have I don't have any tissues in the room at the moment. I've got nothing to blow my nose with. The worst. That's all right. It's just runny. Are you sure? Says I believe it is healing tears. It is. Baby steak says I'll probably know it's more. Now you got raccoon eyes. That's it. See, baby stag made me smile with some something made me smile with some funny comment. Maybe I'll stop crying now. Noah says, baby stag, I pray we're okay. I hope YouTube is busy with the bunch of the other thingish. Yeah, totally. Like, there's other stuff they need to worry about. Noah says, baby stag, I love raccoons. You got raccoons? Aisha says, do a baby deer sneeze. Yeah, they do. They certainly do sneeze, and they sneezed on baby stag on a hand. She had to go wash her hands for ages. Noah says, Luke, you ever feed your lizard fruits? It's really sad story, Noah. We had a blue-tongued lizard that lived in my garden for years, like 10 years. And my neighbor got a cat, and it was like one of those cats. It's like a wild cat, like a Bengalese. And it used to go like, those cats that are twice the size. And it came and hunted my blue-tongued lizard and killed it. It was the saddest thing. And I haven't seen it since. I saw it in the tree hunting it, and I tried chasing it away, but it wasn't enough. The cat was up in the tree and it didn't move. Yeah, it's horrible. It was like one of those cats that just was hunting everything around. It was just, um, you're probably talking about, I did talk about this in a stream. We had a goanna in my house, in my garden, a couple of months, 6 months ago, and that's probably what you remember, or a couple of months, not 6 months. It was a few months ago. I talked about it, and so they're different. And it wasn't a full goanna; it was a monitor lizard, which is a relative, and they're a smaller version. So they grow to about that big. Like their heads and body is about that big, and their tail's another foot, so about 2 foot long. So maybe it was, and I had never seen one in my garden before because we're close to the bush, but we're not that close to seeing them. And it didn't come there. And this was but we had a blue tongue that used to live in my garden. And it was so tame, I used to have a pet cat, and my pet cat used to be friends with the blue tongue lizard. My cat used to let the blue tongue lizard eat its food. So not all cats are like that. But this one that came into my neighborhood was like one that just hunted. And I remember the day that it was hunting it. It was in the ground, and I was like trying to shoo it out of the tree. And the cat did not move, it just sat there. It was just like that, and I was just like I should have thrown stuff at it. But hopefully we will get another blue tongue living here again. Noah says Monterey Bay area have tons of deers. They're demure when they sneeze, really. That's classic. Baby Stag says, and are you sure? Lol, you got jokes. Cute. Wow. Are you sure? Says Ma. Noah says, are you sure? Oh my God, you got a jokes. Noah's got the heart. Baby Stag says, I love that comment. Yeah, I play it on in this channel. Baby Stags, yes, it's healing with the cupcake heart. Noah's like got the heart, Baby Stag. Baby Stag's got all the hearts. I just was like, I've got a beanie sitting here. I'm going to sneeze in my beanie and put it in the washing machine. Awesome. That's awesome. Noah says, I grew up climbing eucalyptus trees. You're okay, Luke. That's awesome. They are good trees to climb. That's awesome. Me too. How cool is that? We got something we both did growing up. And eucalyptus trees smell so nice, don't they? You got them heaps of them in California. I always see that whenever I watch like TV shows and stuff shot in California, and I'm like, eucalyptus. They're all over the world now. Like they planted them all these different places. Baby Stag says that's amazing and beautiful for everyone and this planet also. Yeah, it is. We got some beautiful eucalyptus in my garden, Mum and Dad, when they built this house. They didn't cut down the trees. They left the trees, and like so we've got these massive eucalyptus trees here. So they drop lots of leaves everywhere. I'm always picking up leaves, but they're also beautiful. Noah says, Carmel has a forestry department and they let me climb with their safety gears. That's awesome. With like the shoes and stuff you put on and the stuff you put around the tree. And when I was little, a long time ago, that's so cool. They're awesome memories to have. Noah says eucalyptus smells so good to keep bugs away. It's true. I love just getting eucalyptus leaves and like crushing, you roll them in your hand. So good. Noah says, could only get 3 steps up because I'm chicken. That's all right. You're not chicken. You're strong. Sorry about your lizard, fam. Yeah, I know. It's sorry. And Noah had a lizard in her garden as well. It disappeared as well. So I want to know about the lizard that she had living in her garden. But yeah, it's really sad about the one we used to have because it used to just sun itself out and sit on the rocks. And Noah says, my brother's climbed far up though. Noah says, I have a lizard. Yes. He's missing. That's what I'm saying. Like I remember from a few weeks ago you were looking for it with your torch at night time or something. You were looking for your lizard. Sometimes they different times of the year they'll go to different places, and maybe it'll come back in a few months. Oh, isn't that nice? Noah says I named him Lizard Luke. That's awesome. I've still got to go get some like nature photos for Baby Stag. I've said to Baby Stag I was going to get some photos of some kangaroos and stuff. You know what, Baby Stag? You know, like after like a couple of days after we talked about that, I drove up the mountain, and about a kilometer, less than a kilometer from my house, I saw a wallaby cross the road, and it was the closest I've ever seen a wallaby to my house in my life. And I thought of you. I thought, oh, I've got to tell Baby Stag. I saw a wallaby like within a kilometer of my house. And then I looked on the map, and so the national park is there, and then there's like a bit of bushland up near it. So the wallaby was like crossing the road to go up to its like nighttime place. So it was pretty special to see. And it happened at dusk, which is when wallabies, that's why it's always dangerous with, like, that's when you have car accidents with wallabies. You hit them in your car, or kangaroos, not so much wallabies, but mainly kangaroos. And wallabies, all of them. What's a wallaby? So you have kangaroos are the big ones. You have red kangaroos and grey kangaroos. They're the big ones. Then you have wallabies. And then you have like rock wallabies, which are a little bit smaller. And the rock wallabies are like mountain goats. Like they live on mountains. So they jump around on, like, they're like rock climbers. They jump, it's amazing where they get to. And then you have smaller than that, you have potoroos and paddy melons, and they're even smaller. So potoroos are about this big. No, potoroos are about this big. Paddy melons are about this big. But they're all at the same thing. They all hop around and they all look the same. But like they get cuter. So potoroos and paddy melons are really cute. They're like really cute looking. Wallabies are cute looking as well. But then kangaroos and wallabies and kangaroos look a little bit like, you know, they're like more like animals, you know, sort of like bigger. Potoroos and paddy melons are like they're really like special animals. Yeah, that's it. Potoroos and paddy melons. That's it. Kangaroos are the big ones. And you got the reds are smaller, I think. Reds are smaller and greys are bigger. Greys are huge. Like they can be huge. When they stand up, they can be 7 foot tall. When they stand up. They're huge. And they're the ones that like they're massive, you know, and then when they're jumping along, they're like huge. That's it. You got to look up potteroos and paddy melons on YouTube. Because they're like miniature versions. They're like miniature versions, and like they're really tame. They live around houses a lot, and they'll eat the grass on your lawn. So when I worked on a farm, every night the potteroos or the paddy melons would live around the house. So I'd be sitting there watching television, and they'd be like a meter or two away from me outside the door, just sitting there eating the grass. And like, as long as I didn't like move too fast, they would like be happy. Like they know that it's safe. They're really tame around humans. They get really close to your house and become friendly with you. Yes. Noah says big yes. Yeah, look up paddy melons and potteroos. Baby Stag says, I love y'all. Cycle on. I am acute anemic, so I'm crashing. Bye till next time. My baby's kisses and all my hugs. Baby Stag, thank you so much for being here tonight, and always love your presence, and so full of love and happiness and guidance. It's so good. Noah says, oh, Baby Stag, hope you feel better. Come back. Yeah, that's it. Like, I'm sorry to hear that you got anemia. It's really tough. When it hits you, it really hits you, doesn't it? And really gets you. So you know when to rest. So nice to have you here for this chat tonight, Baby Stag. You've been so loving and supportive as always. Noah says my left shoulder's twitching, but and are you sure has got like the the kiss lovey emojis. See, I will say the emojis. I just won't say all of them. And I don't even know how to say them, so I don't even know what I'm saying. But are you sure it's like saying kisses, Baby Stag? Noah says, I have my shoulders back all the time, like quarter on the top of my back blade, but still twitched low. Yeah, that's horrible. And it's like twitching. Yeah. Shoulder stuff's not good, hey. Are you sure says oops? No, I don't. Like that's awesome. Like I don't. I'm trying to work out what you're saying there, but like I don't think there's anything wrong. Oh, oops, mate, yeah. it's like I injured my shoulder with my accident last year. Your left, ups. Oh, so that's it. That's what Are You Sure is saying. Yeah, it's like a muscle. And I was saying my left shoulder muscle. I've got this book, Noah. I'll have to show you the exercises for that stuff, and it could help with that because they're nerve exercises. It might help with that. Is it the top shoulder, like the big triangular muscle? Because it tingles the front, so it's there. This part. Yeah. So I'll have a look into that because I've got this book that's teaching me stretching things for the nerves. It might help with that. And that's one of your like major nerves. Like I'm sitting here like this, leaning over. It's not good. What I've learned is like, yeah, it's below the shoulder blade. Oh, that's difficult. Yeah. That's what happened with me. That's where my pain is from my accident. Because my arm was over the steering wheel and I went in that way. And then so it's pushed back everything. And then it's my back. It's like almost like my ribs. It's like this spot. And I can't afford to go see a osteopath. Maybe one day I'll save up and go see one. But such a nice chat tonight. Hey, look, I'm sorry I got all up emotional before, but yeah, it is really painful, the emotional guilt and pain that we have here in this country for like what happened. And it just opened up. And I know a lot of Indigenous people and I know the pain they're still going through. So it's really tough to, but at the same time, it's really positive to that that they're working towards doing stuff and being positive about the future. Thanks, Noah. Yeah, you did good, Luke. It's good to talk. Was good. It was healing. Was healing. And I sneezed right into my beanie. I should have done that earlier when I was sneezing like all over myself. With like, that's what happens when you get upset like that and you have a big release. Like it just opens up everything. Hey, I was just crying, and then just opened up all the whole, it is healing. It's release of all that. How's that? We got the candles are looking really nice. Look at this. It's been such a nice chat tonight. It's been a 6-hour stream. It's like 8 o'clock in the morning now. I should probably end the stream pretty soon. So maybe we got 4 people in the stream. Baby Stag left before. Are you sure is still here? I think Noah's here. Noah says with a big smiley face, you got friends here. So cool. Help you so much. Thank you, Noah. Certainly did. I just like so good to see you again. It's been a while since you've been in the chat. You've had so much going on, and it's really good to hear that you're doing well. We got what is it? We got 3 weeks, I think, for the next book club. So hopefully you get that book for the next book club. Yeah, good to see you again, says Noah. Maybe after Christmas I see you. Love you, Luke. Oh, really, Noah? It's going to be like you might be out of contact for that long. That's really sad. I want to see you before then. Or talk to you. Hopefully we can still talk on email or something. But it sounds like you've really got a lot. So I'm not no pressure. If it means I have to wait until after Christmas, then I will wait. But I'll be thinking about you all the time. Are you sure? Says no. I hope you feel better and some release. Noah says, "Oh, I tried to get the book, but my brother said, love poems, no." But I hope it's not till after Christmas till we can chat again, because that's really going to make me sad. But if that's the way it is because of what you're going through, then I totally understand, and I look forward to seeing you after that. So I can hold on, I can hold off, I can, as long as I know. But hopefully we can chat somehow, email or something. Noah says, so are you sure? I forget what that means. TSM. I said it before and I got it right. Cross your fingers. I'll bother you guys as soon as I can. Thank you. I want you to. Please do. Please do. Don't like
keep in contact, please. Anytime you can, anyway. But it's probably. I'll probably end the. I'll end the stream in the next minute or so. So it's good time for everyone to say good night to each other. Are you sure? Says thank you so much. I'm sure he's saying that, or she's saying that. I don't know your gender. I never know people's gender, so I don't guess it. But sometimes I say things, and but Are You Sure says thank you so much, and I'm sure Are You Sure is saying that to Noah. But at the same time, it could also be perfect timing for saying that to everyone, because we're about to end the stream. Are You Sure says good night and day all. Yeah, that's it. It's 8:13 a.m. now. Noah says kisses and hugs to Are You Sure and to Luke Johnson. Thank you so much, Noah. You're a shining light, Noah. I want you to know that I'm sending you healing. I'm thinking of you every day, and you're gonna get through this. You're gonna get through this, and you need rest, just like you just said that to me. And get good sleep, Luke. Miss you a lot. Well, you rest up and you heal, and that's you will. And look, I can't wait for the time when we get to chat to each other again. And Are You Sure? Thanks for being here. You're a legend. It's been a really nice chat, and much love to everyone. It's been an epic chat tonight. 6 hours. I can't believe it. Noah says, and all get good sleep, Luke. Miss you a lot. Yeah, that's it. I will be getting good sleep. You make sure that you heal up, Noah. Big. I've felt that. That emoji, that love, that heart emoji. Thank you, Noah. Good night, Possum. Good night to you, too, Possum. I hope your lizard comes back to your garden, and I hope the lizard comes back to my garden too. And you heal up. I'm sending you healing vibes every day. Just rest up. Much love to everyone.